little bit earlier than I used to do. There is a reason that I'm on a little bit earlier than I usually am, and that was just to catch the entail of a holiday in the Philippines. It is their Philippine Independence Day. So, you know, to everyone in the Philippines or from the Philippines, happy Philippine Independence Day. Uh, I was gonna do this with my wife, but she has to go to bed. Um, you know, she works a regular shift, so she's going to bed, and they already did this. She and the family, my in-laws, have already done their celebration. Um, I still need more coffee. I got up early to work out, so but yeah, I don't assume I'm going to get most of the same people I usually get during the evening and that late afternoon. But hopefully, I will get some people overseas, like I said, so I can say, Happy Philippine Independence Day. If not, that's fine. I'll just cut this stream short and people can catch it on the replay. But again, just wanted to say Happy Independence Day to folks out there. Um, I should probably, since the majority of people who do watch me don't know anything about um, the Philippines, I should probably just give some information about their Independence Day. Um, I should say they don't really go hard in the celebration aspect like we do over here with Independence Day here with American Independence Day, but some of them do celebrate, but it's not the same. Like I had a business over there, and I remember coming into the, you know, telling everyone there, I was like, "Hey, Happy Independence Day," and they just, were looking at me smiling, but they, it wasn't like they were like all exuberant about it. Like they're just like, "Yeah, okay, it's just another day." But yeah, it is an Independence Day, and there's a lot of history involved, and we're connected to that history, of course, the U.S. So just hoping maybe I have one or two of my friends from over there to jump on to the live stream. Like I said, if not, that's fine. I'll just end this early, and then people can check it out on the replay. But again, this live stream, this chat is just about Philippine Independence Day. So if people want to ask questions about it, or if I have any Filipinos that actually come in on the stream, because there are a few that come in on the stream, and they probably thought I forgot about them, like because I hadn't done anything about the Philippines in a long time. But I had a few Filipinos jump in on a live stream before and say what's up to me, and again, like I said, that's been a while ago, so I know they probably haven't seen me in a while. So anyway, and and by the way, guys, like I said in the last two streams, I I'm gonna ignore people that aren't sticking to the topic of the live stream. Uh, this is a different time, so I don't expect to see the same people. So I'll have to say it again. I don't care about what people think that aren't contributing to my chat. So that one guy is gone. Um, so here's the rules going forward in my stream. No matter what time it is, there'll always be a given topic, except for one day a week. I'm going to have a random day where you can ask me anything you want. Um, but except for that day where you can ask me any any random question, on any other day there's going to be a specific topic that we'll chat about, and if people don't want to stick to that topic, that is fine. They can go elsewhere. um, but they won't derail the chat or, troll. But if they want to ask me a question outside of the topic, that's fine. If they want to drop a cash app, or if they want to, buy me a coffee, because as you can see, I drink coffee here. This is iced coffee. So the rules, since people probably aren't used to my live stream at this time of day, is that if people want to, um, comment and ask questions, that's fine. But it's usually going to be about the specific topic for the stream. And for this stream, we're just, talking about Philippine Independence Day and, all thing Philippine culture. But if not, like I said, then I would say probably keep those comments to yourself if they're not germane to the conversation. Or, if it's really pressing you that you want to, ask a question, then, go ahead and just drop a cash app, and then I'll ask, then you can ask me any question you like. So, because it's going to be the same way once I start doing the super chats. These aren't super chat live streams, but once I start doing super chat live streams, I would expect that when people want to, talk with me, they'll leave it in a super chat, and what it's going to do is going to leave a huge scroll across the screen for everyone to see. And I'm going to answer, as I see that super chat scroll across the screen. But these aren't super chat live streams. These are just regular live streams. And again, for those who are coming in, this is about Philippine Independence Day. So on that note, like I said, this is not a usual time I live stream, because usually I do it in the evening or the late afternoon. But since it's the very, since time is 12 hours difference between where I am on the east coast of the United States and the Philippines, right now it's 11:20 at night there. So most of them are winding down for the day. They've already done their celebrations. But the Philippines became independent around this time, and I'll give a little background information to the day. So I'll just read this. So on June 12th, 1898, Emilio Aguinaldo issued the Declaration of Independence from the window of his home in Cavite. This proclamation, was an important moment in the Philippine history, since it was mainly viewed as the country's first declaration of independence. Ergo, their Independence Day, June 12th. It's not June 4th, like it is here. But there is some connection to July 4th there too, because I think that one of their presidents, Diosdado Macapagal, changed it because they did allegedly become independent on July 4th. I'm not sure if that's true, but I know that their Declaration of Independence was made on uh, June 12th. So I've never known it to be July, to have any connection with July the 4th. This is the first that I'm seeing this information. But um yeah, this is their celebration day. So if anybody wants to, you know, talk or anything, that's cool. But like I said, if not, I'm going to end this early, because I usually don't do live streams this time in the morning. But I just wanted to catch the tail end of the day, since um over there it will be midnight. It'll be June 13th, so it'll no longer be Independence Day. And last night didn't, well, last night I had a different topic. So I didn't want to do them back to back. I don't know what you're talking about. Um, I don't know what this guy's talking about in the chat room. This guy named Panic. Um, but I'm just going to time him out because I don't care about idiots. Like, and some people will be like, well, you don't have an, why are you timing out or banning people in your chat room and there's not that many people there? I don't really care. For one, I don't get paid to do this. And two, this can be, once this video is uploaded, it can be replayed for other people to see. So I don't have to accommodate morons. So, and number three, people should probably read the description of this channel before they come on here. Uh, it's called Just A Contrarian. I am a nerd, for one. But two, I'm also a kid from Baltimore who don't take shit from idiots, especially young idiots. I've never really liked young, stupid people. I mean, I generally don't like stupid people. That's one of my pet peeves is stupid people. So don't think I'll ever care about you. I don't care if I need you. Like until you are actually putting $1 in my account, I don't care. So we're gonna keep them. We're gonna keep it trucking. So again, shout out to all my Filipinos. Like I said, my wife is Filipina. Have my in-laws, several friends, you know, in the Philippines. Like I said, didn't do a lot of celebration. My wife did do some celebration today, just because it kind of went along with my sister-in-law's birthday and stuff like that. So they did kind of do all of that in one day, in one like shebang. But yeah, just wanted to talk more about that, and I guess I should give some more a more overview of the Philippine Independence Day. While I'm on this chat, because I don't, like I said, at this time of day, I don't expect to have very productive conversations with people, because it's mostly going to just be trolls. Most of these trolls are like, I assume that most trolls that come on YouTube and other spaces like this are either minors, or they are grown men who have severe mental health issues. Either one are not worth engaging online, guys. So when you see these people in the live stream, don't even bother talking to them. Just ignore them. The thing they crave most is attention. If you ignore their comments and so forth, they can't really bother you. Um, for instance, and this is all I'll say about trolls and stuff like that. So I remember when I was a kid, I ordered this book on on karate about you know hitting people with very fast strikes. I think like 12 times in 1 second or even faster. It was kind of sketchy, but anyway, there was a nice little parable about the Buddha at the end of this booklet, and I'll never forget it because I thought it was very wise. It said that there was a guy who once visited the Buddha, and this has nothing to do with the Philippines. So anyway, I'm just gonna talk about this parable. It has nothing about the Philippines, guys. This is just an aside to talk to just say how you should deal with trolls and other and difficult people in your life. Period. But this is pertaining to online trolls. Um, in this parable, there was a guy who once heard how wise the Buddha was, and he was told how wise and patient the Buddha was, and he didn't believe it, so he wanted to see for himself. So he made the pilgrimage out to the great Buddha to become one of his disciples, and came to the temple and pledged his devotion there, and became one of the many disciples. And while he was there, he did everything he could to upset the Buddha. He would constantly do rude things, say very offensive things to him, just be a nuisance, try to do things to hurt uh, the great Buddha. And so this continued on for quite a while. And so at one point, the the guy who's now a disciple, but he's not really a disciple. He was really just trolling the Buddha the whole time. He said, "Oh wise Buddha, since I've been here, I've been nothing but trouble. I've done nothing but taunt you, try to, inflict harm on you, and, you know, try to do anything I could to get you out of to get you to become upset and toss me out." He said, "But why have you never responded to me?" And the wise Buddha responded, well, first, he looked at him patiently in a wise, knowing way, smiled and said, "Well, if someone offers you a gift and you don't accept it, then who does that gift belong to?" So that's how you deal with trolls, guys. um, and in any case, so I don't I don't expect to have much conversation back and forth on here about Independence Day. But again, I love my Filipinos. Like I said, of the several countries I've visited, I think they've been the friendliest folks I've ever met. Most of the people I meet on my travels are friendly, but I think there there is like an index that they do every year on the friendliest places in the world, and the Philippines is usually always in the top five for good reason because they are genuinely friendly people. And dealing with a lot of the some of all the economic and social problems out there, that makes it even more astounding. So, um, in any case, I'm gonna give an overview of Philippine Independence Day, and then if I don't get any sort of you know comments on it, that's fine. I'm just gonna end this stream early because this is not the time I usually stream, guys. So, and I'm gonna get this from Wikipedia. If people are wondering where I'm getting the information, or if they want to question the information, or they just want to read it for themselves, you can find the same information I'm about to restate here on Wikipedia. Okay, so uh, Independence Day is a national holiday in the Philippines, observed annually on June 12th, commemorating the declaration of Philippine independence from Spain in 1898. Since 1978, it has been the country's national day. All right, and they have it in Tagalog, but I'm not going to try to say it in the Tagalog way because I know I'm going to just butcher it, and I'm it, it wouldn't be it, it it wouldn't be pretty to just butcher how they pronounce it in Tagalog because again I don't speak Tagalog very well, right? But here's the history of the Philippine Independence Day, guys. And again, if you want to get this information for yourself, I'm just quoting this from Wikipedia. All right, the earliest record, the earliest recorded event related to the holiday was when Andre Bonifacio, along with Emilio Jacinto, Restudo Javier, Guillermo Misange, Aurelio Tolentino, Faustino Manilak, Pedro Zabala, and a few other uh, Catapuneros went to Pamatana Cave in Montalban, now Rodriguez Rizal, to initiate new members of the Katipunan. And let me get my glasses first, guys, because I don't want to stutter and be squinting trying to read this stuff to you. And I know I'm going to get some jokes about I look like Gus Fring from uh, what's that show Breaking Bad. That's fine. Never watched the show, but the actor who played Gus Fring is an amazing actor. So I don't mind being referred to as him because like, the dude is an amazing dude. Plus, back in the day when he was younger, most women thought he was pretty fly. So again, I will find it complimenting to be compared to him. But I'm gonna put on these glasses. Um, so Bonifacio wrote "Viva la Independencia Filipina," or "Long Live Philippine Independence," on walls of the cave after the Spanish discovery of the revolutionary group. Okay. Bonifacio also led the cry of Pugad Lawan, which signals the beginning of the Philippine Revolution. Members of the Katipunan, led by Bonifacio, tore their community tax certificates in protest of Spanish conquest. But as an aside, excuse me, as an aside, guys, just in case you didn't know, the Philippines was a Spanish colony of the Spanish Empire for a very long time, longer than Mexico was, as a matter of fact. Um, so just wanted to point that out in case you were wondering why they were declaring the independence from Spain. The name of the country is literally named after the King Philippe of Spain, King Philip the Fifth, I believe. In any case, I'll continue reading the history. All right, the Philippine Revolution began in 1896. The the Pact of Biak Nabato, signed on December 14th, 1897, established a truce between the Spanish colonial government and the Filipino revolutionaries. Under its terms, Emilio Aguinaldo and other revolutionary leaders went into exile into Hong Kong after receiving 400,000. Um, I'm not sure what MXN stands for. I think that stands for New Mexican dollars from the Spanish government. It's an amount. This I don't know what the actual amount is um, in U.S. dollars, but MXN I think stands for New Mexican dollars or something along that lines. Not sure. All right. At the outbreak of the Spanish-American War, Commodore George Dewey sailed from Hong Kong to Manila Bay, leading the U.S. Navy Asiatic Squadron. On May 1st, 1898, Dewey defeated the Spanish in the Battle of Manila Bay, which effectively put the U.S. in control of the Spanish colonial government. Later that month, the U.S. Navy transported Aguinaldo back to the Philippines. Aguinaldo arrived on May 19th, 1898 in Cavite. On June 5th, 1898, Aguinaldo issued a decree at his house located in what was then known as Cavite El Viejo, proclaiming June 12th, 1898 as the Day of Independence. All right. And I'm just going to finish stating all of this, okay, guys? The Acta de la Proclamación, the Acta de la Proclamación de la Independencia del Pueblo Filipino was solemnly read by its author, Ambrosio Rianzares Bautista, Aguinaldo's war counselor and special delegate. The 21-page declaration was signed by 90 Filipinos appointed by Aguinaldo and one retired American artillery officer, Colonel L.M. Johnson. The Philippine flag was officially unfurled for the first time at about 4:30 p.m. at the Marcha Nacional Filipina was played by the band of San Francisco de Malabon. Okay, and by the way, there are two movies on the Philippine War with the Spanish and then with the Filipino-American War on Netflix. If you want to check that out. Um, but anyway, so the proclamation was promulgated by 190 municipal presidents from the 16 provinces controlled by the Revolutionary Army on August 1st, 1898 at Bacoor, and was officially ratified on September 29th, 1898 by the Malolos Congress. The Philippines failed to win international recognition of its independence, specifically not from either the United States of America or Spain. The Spanish government later ceded the Philippine archipelago to the United States in the 1898 Treaty of Paris. The evolving Philippine revolutionary governments did not recognize the treaty, subsequently fighting what was known as the Philippine-American War with the U.S. Like I said, and like I said, these these events are actually really good movies that they made. The one is called General Luna, which is the first part, and then I forgot the second part. But both of those movies are or were available on Netflix, depending on where you are. And if they aren't, then you could probably just use a VPN to find them. Uh, so let me wrap this up, guys. The U.S. government recognized independence of the Philippines on July 4th, 1946. That's why I was saying there is a connection between July the 4th there as being Independence Day and June the 12th. But again, they celebrate on June 12th because that was when their Declaration of Independence was actually made. But their independence was recognized by the U.S. here on July 4th. Anyway, in accordance with the Philippine Independence Act, more popularly known as the Tidings-McDuffie Act, in which Filipinos ratified a constitution and voted for independence, President Harry S. Truman issued Proclamation 2695 of July 4th, 1946, officially recognizing the independence of the Philippines. On the same day, the Treaty of Manila was signed. July 4th was chosen as the date by the United States because it corresponds to the United States Independence Day. See? And that day was observed in the Philippines as Independence Day until 1962. On May 12th, 1962, President Diosdado, I think I'm saying his name wrong, Diosdado Macapagal, issued Presidential Proclamation number 28, which declared June 12th as a special public holiday throughout the Philippines in commemoration of our people's declaration of their inherent and inalienable right to freedom and independence, quote unquote. On August 4th, 1964, Republic Act number 4166 renamed July 4th holiday as Philippine Independence Day, proclaimed June 12th as Philippine Independence Day, and enjoined all citizens of the Philippines to observe the latter with befitting rights. So that's the history of Philippine Independence Day, guys. Darth is gone. Don't want to deal with that dude anymore. So anyway, guys, that was the history to the Philippine Independence Day, and it shows it was actually recognized originally on July 4th, but that was only because the U.S. government wanted it to correspond to our Independence Day. They were not, they weren't having that. So back in like 1962, they decided to put it on June 12th, which was when their actual Declaration of Independence was made against Spain. However, the problem was even when they were fighting against Spain, Spain lost the Spanish-American War to the United States and then ceded the territory of the Philippines over to America. to which then the Philippines and Americans briefly fought a war. The Philippines lost, but then our government decided to recognize their independence in 1946. So they've had a long, tenuous history with being colonized. And even before the Spanish, there were early parts of the Philippines that had been made part of a Hindu kingdom. Not just them, but other parts of Southeast Asia as well, like Indonesia and Malaysia. That's why you'll see. That's why if you go into some of those parts of Southeast Asia, you'll see like Hindu statues and stuff like that up. Anyway, like I said, guys, this was just a thing I did early in the morning to celebrate Philippine Independence Day. And like I said, I wasn't expecting to have much conversation with anyone about it, but I just wanted to put this out. And like I said, maybe it'll be shown more on a replay for my fellow Filipinos. Most of them are hard workers, so I'm pretty sure most of them are already going to bed. Either they're going to bed, or the ones who work at night, like the people who work in the call centers and stuff like that, they're already out and about and probably working. So they're hardworking folks. So like I said, half of them are already going to bed, like my wife. The other half are already, you know, at work or on their way to work. Um, but I still wanted to be able to do this. The only reason I didn't do it last night, which would have corresponded to their morning time, was because I had just did a live stream, which I had finished that evening, like a long 4 hour stream. So it didn't make sense to jump right into another stream when I, wanted to relax myself. And by the way, I see you out there, philanthropist. He says, "Hello, brother. Greetings from Argentina. How are you doing?" I'm doing well, philanthropist. Thank you. Don't think I didn't see your comment. I appreciate it. Um, but yeah, guys, I rarely come on this time of day, but I did want to do it just to make sure that I was able to talk about Philippine Independence Day on the actual June 12th before it turns June 13th over there, as opposed to here where it's still June 12th here in the United States. But there's a 12-hour difference between them and the East Coast of the United States where I currently am. So that is, why I did it at this time. That, and like I said, the fact I had just did a 4 hour live stream yesterday evening, so didn't feel like uh, going right into another stream right after that 4 hour live stream. Uh, Not a robot. But unless there's any comments or questions from people who aren't trolls, then I'm not going to really take any other comments. But I'm sorry, I do see some comments. Jari is back. He says, "Hello, have you worked out today?" Started to. He said, "Because I didn't feel great. That's what's up." Philanthropist says, "Yeah, that's why Philippines have some words from the Spanish, like cocina, which means kitchen, but in Spanish we say cocina." Yeah, like I said, the Philippines had been a Spanish colony longer than most countries have been in Latin America. As a matter of fact, like I said in a live stream several days ago, there actually was a trade route, between Spain, Mexico, and the Philippines, and because of that, they could exchange goods and people through that trade route. Like um, there were Spanish conquistadors who came to the New World who were Filipinos back in the 1500s and 1600s. And on the other hand, there were indigenous people from Latin America brought to the Philippines, like Aztecs and stuff like that. So there are some Filipinos who have like in indigenous American ancestry. So it's always been a huge trade route, and for the longest part, Spanish was the official language there when they were colonized. So there are still a lot of Spanish loan words in the Filipino language. Mind you, the national Filipino language is not pure Tagalog. Pure Tagalog is still spoken in parts of the country and parts of particularly Luzon, which is like probably one of the largest islands that make up the archipelago of the Philippines, which is where Metro Manila and other places are found, is on the island of Luzon. The people within that central Luzon area, those are the folks who are considered Tagalog people, and that's where you find the purest form of the language spoken. But the national Filipino language isn't pure Tagalog. It's a mixture. It has loan words from Spanish and English in it. But pure Tagalog doesn't have Spanish loan words in it. It's more of a pure Austronesian language. Um, and yeah, of course, and there's like other things that they borrow besides just the language. Like there's a lot of the food they eat there. The customs come from the long time under which they were a Spanish colony. So you'll find like in Latin America that I mean sorry in the Philippines that there's a lot of cultural crossover between them and Latin American countries. Like sometimes you may think you're in in Latin America if you walk around, like you'll see, you know, it's they are the within Asia, they're probably like the most Catholic country in Southeast Asia, and arguably outside of the Vatican, they are probably one of the most Catholic countries in the world. So um, I think even one of the um, I think one of the archdioceses in the Vatican is from the Philippines right now. So in any case, Jerry says, "Left the like, brother. Have to go." Appreciate it, Jerry. I always appreciate you coming by the stream. John says, "Is the Philippines the only Asian country conquered by Spain?" That I'm not sure, John. Trying to do a think my history. I within Southeast Asia, I think so because the other countries like Indonesia, they were a colony of the Dutch at the time. So I'm not sure about Malaysia, but Indonesia, they were colonized by the Dutch. Malaysians, not sure whom if they were also uh, um, a colony of one of these European countries and which one they were. But as far as Spain itself, yeah, I know this is only was the Philippines and Southeast Asia. I can't say for other parts of Asia. I'm pretty sure if I thought about it hard enough, there would be some other countries within Asia, which is like the largest landmass. If you talk about the entire continent of Asia, that's like the largest landmass in the world. So I'm pretty sure there were other countries conquered by Spain within Asia, especially as they were at that time in the 1500s, they were the most powerful empire in the world. So pretty sure they had probably some other Asian countries. Actually, we have the most powerful computer in our fingertips. I'll actually look it up while we're looking. Philanthropist says, "Oh yeah, I forgot to give my like." There you go. Thank you, philanthropist. I appreciate it, buddy. Um, yeah, guys, if you want to leave a like, um, subscribe to the channel, hit hit the notifications, or even share the videos. All that would be appreciated. Like I don't ask people to drop money on in the Cash App or whatever. Just like and subscribe, share, hit notifications, that sort of thing. It helps me with the algorithm so I can get monetized. Then I can do super chat live streams. I only ask people to do Cash Apps if like if they want to like have a specific comment or question answered. But I'll look that up since we're talking about that. Countries conquered by Spain in Asia. Um, and like I said, if anyone else knows of any, they can drop it in the comment section too. Oh, Formosa. Formosa was also conquered by Spain. Guam, the Mariana Islands, as well as Palau. Palau used to be a U.S. territory up until like the 1980s. They still, even though they're not U.S. territory anymore, they still use American currency, and American military is still stationed in Palau. It's like an island outside of the Filipino archipelago. But in case you're wondering what is Formosa, Formosa is like modern day Taiwan. Um, but yeah, there was also parts of North Sulawesi, which is part of Indonesia, I guess. Um, Brunei, part of China, Japan, much of India, part of the current Iran and Oman. So yeah, Spain had a lot of Asian colonization, but the Philippines is one they held on to for a long time. And of course, Guam. I don't know how I forgot about Guam. Usually, because I just think of it being a U.S. territory, I forgot that it was at one point colonized by them. And during the Spanish American War, we won a lot of territory from Spain, not just here in in the West, but over in the Pacific as well. So yeah, Spanish did have quite a bit of colonization in Indonesia. I mean, excuse me, in Asia. Um, John, since you were asking me, yeah. So Philippines, Guam, Mariana Islands, Palau, part of Micronesia, um, northern Taiwan, and parts of northern Sulawesi, um, Brunei, parts of China, Japan, some of India, Iran, Oman. Um, that's quite a lot actually. So, but the one we usually think about is like the Philippines and then Guam for those who remember Guam. But thanks for asking me that because that got me to look it up myself. That's something I was curious about. But I do, like I said, I do know there was like a strong trade route between like the Philippines. I think the Philippines was like their hub when they went to the Pacific between those other places that I just mentioned that they also colonized. I think the Philippines was like their pit stop. At one point, I know that Manila used to be of the same importance back in the like 60s, the 50s and 60s as I guess we would say like Tokyo is today. It was considered the pearl of the Orient, and that only changed after like maybe like the 70s when they went to the military dictatorship under the president at the time, um, Ferdinand Marcos, whose son is currently now the current president, Ferdinand Marcos Jr., but he doesn't go by his first name Ferdinand because he don't want people to associate him with his dictator father, who led a military dictatorship of the country for like 20 years and stole like over billions of dollars from the country. I mean, so much so he's he his father actually made it into the Guinness uh, Book of World Records for the most money stolen from a government by its leader. So he still holds that that uh, infamous title. So you have so it's wild. People voted his son, especially when they have never given back all that money. They've given back some of it. I think some of it's been reclaimed by the government. Excuse me. Yeah. So sorry about that. So yeah, some of that's been reclaimed by the government, but not a lot of it. Most of that family wealth is still within the DeMarco's family. After they left the country in exile in the 80s, fled to Hawaii because Marcos was a friend of then President Ronald Reagan fled to fled to Hawaii in safety. The wife then returned and became, I believe, a senator for a while. Also the children returned and they all went into government. And currently, the son is now the actual president of the Philippines. He said that he would rule in a in a more um, democratic way, and I guess so far he's held to that. But right now, he's been feuding with the former president, Rodrigo Duterte. They've been going back and forth with each other, calling each other drug addicts and all sorts of crazy stuff. And by the way, over there, their presidents, they only have one-term presidents. Something we could probably use here in the United States. They have one-term presidents who are elected for 6 years, unlike here where they have two terms for 4 years apiece. Philanthropist says, "Oh, now that I remember, my president Javier Milei wanted to collaborate with the U.S. to put a military base here. We have a Chinese one, and I tell you, those guys, the Chinese government, scare me to death." I understand. They're not. I'm not gonna rag on the Chinese here on this channel. For one, YouTube doesn't like people talking about China in a bad way because Google do does work with China in different business um, aspects. Also, I don't I don't want to mess up things because I like to travel, and I'm not gonna get myself potentially blacklisted from the country. Because I do want to go to mainland China. I've been to Taiwan, but I have not been to mainland China or Hong Kong yet. And Hong Kong on my is on my travel list currently. Um, so I'm not gonna rag on them, but I will say that um, you know some politicians, they need to watch who they get in bed with. China does have this Belt and Road Initiative that they are using to build relationships with other countries around the world. Um, and I don't know whether the Chinese government, I know you said you find them scary, but the folks themselves seem fine with me. The only issue is that tourists from mainland China tend to be kind of uncouth, and you know, it used to be when you travel, Americans were considered like the unsavory travelers, the unsavory tourists. But I think we've been replaced overseas by mainland Chinese as being unsavory tourists. Um, I guess the plus side is that a lot of them have more uh, discretionary income that they can travel more. The but the downside to that is that a lot of them aren't familiar with more westernized customs, so they don't. Some of them don't understand what they're doing. Can be considered very rude and obnoxious in some of these other countries, like letting their children like openly use the bathroom in public spaces and doing things that could be considered rude. Like we're on a plane. um, I think I think I was on my way from Thailand back to the Philippines or somewhere like that, and the person, the Chinese family, like the the lady was given the safety, the little safety talk or whatever on the plane, and the guy was just up and jumping around and doing stuff. It was wild, and she helped. She she handled it in a delicate manner, and she was just smiling the whole time. Then she gave a knowing look to me, like they're like this guy's bonkers, and I just smiled back because I understood I understood the subtlety and just the look without her even saying anything, that she was like, this guy's crazy. And I was like, oh yeah, it's really. I was like, dang, they really reinforcing stereotype about mainland Chinese tourists. But I'm not gonna rag on the government or anything like that. I'm sure you guys have plenty of venues to find that online. But and there's a lot of Chinese in the Philippines. The oldest Chinatown in the world is in the Philippines. in Manila. It was established in the late 1500s, I believe. It's called Binondo, but it's the oldest Chinatown in the world. Nice place. Go there, great restaurants, stuff like that. You know, for and speaking of which, so for folks who want to celebrate Philippine Independence Day here in America, maybe you might want to check out some Philippine food or something like that. And I mean authentic in the Philippine food if you can find it. Depending on what part of the country you live. Like if you live somewhere like New York or most of most parts of like I don't know Southern California or Seattle has a huge Asian population. You can probably find like authentic um, Filipino food, but if not, some of you might be able to find a Jollibee's. The cool thing about that is usually wherever you find a Jollibee's, you'll find actual Filipinos. And I'm not saying it's that all there'll be Filipinos necessarily working in those Jollibees, but usually wherever there is a Jollibee's restaurant here in the U.S., there's usually a Filipino community to which it caters. So like I say, if you guys want to go out and show a little love to the Filipinos, like I said, maybe support your local Filipino restaurant or Jollibees if that's all you can find. um, some places sell Filipino food in the markets, like in the international food section. Like getting like pancit canton. Like the pancit canton comes in these little packages that are just like ramen noodles, and if you just giving it a cursory look, you probably think it is just ramen noodles, but they fix it differently over there. It's not made to be. It's not fixed in a soupy base like ramen is. It's fixed dry. You put it like on a plate and you eat it dry like you would like pasta. So that's how they eat that pancit canton. Even though it looks like ramen, it's fixed differently. It's fixed like a pasta dish. It's not fixed like a soup, the way ramen is. Or you might find maybe even adobo or lechon. So it, the lechon is like roasted pork. Um, but I doubt you find like the actual lechon, like the actually roasted pig on a spit type thing. That is a great thing to for folks who eat meat, that is, and eat pork. That is actually like a great meal. Like I've had that at my wife's family reunions. That's cool. Like when they do that and they like just sit there and cook, like slow cook it for hours till it's like the outside layer is crispy. Really good. And some people who've been to Hawaii might have had that as well. So, philanthropist says, when you're a single man like me, ramen is the best food. Um, of course, when you don't have enough time to cook. Oh no, I still eat ramen too, philanthropist. I love ramen. But there's like 1,000 different ways you can eat ramen. So being a single guy like you, maybe what you want to do, you can either buy the cookbook or just find it online. But there's like a cookbook for ramen. And like I said, I'm not lying when there's like about 1,000 different ways you can cook ramen. Like I said, you can turn it into a pasta. You can just eat it as a ramen soup. You can fix it and chop up meat and vegetables in it. It's like 1,000 different ways you can use ramen. People in prison turn ramen into a stir fry, and I'm not kidding. Like what they do is they crunch it up to it's like into like little crumbly bits that resemble like rice, and then they just put it in the microwave and add like meat and sometimes like cheese or whatever, and they cook it until it's like really dry and it resembles sort of like a stir fry. They call it jail stir fry or jailhouse stir fry, prison stir fry, whatever. So there's like 1,000 different ways to cook ramen for single men or people who just love ramen. Moonlit, for instance, steamed sea bass too. What's up, Moment Fern? Ramen. He says also chili mac MREs. Well, yeah, but he was just referring to like ramen. He, philanthropist is in I'm sorry, in Argentina. So I'm not sure if he has access to military MREs, but yeah, for a single guy, ramen is definitely the go to. Or if you were in college too, like it was usually hot dogs and ramen. Like I remember there were places they would give away free ramen just to sign up for like a credit card. Like only on college campuses would they do such crazy stuff like that. Like they give you free T-shirts and a pack of ramen for signing up for a credit card. um, I'm glad they stopped. They banned that practice on American colleges because they used to get away with just crazy stuff. Like we all would sign these little college applications because we didn't care about our credit score or anything like that while we were students. We were just looking to get some free stuff. So we would get like free T-shirts, ramen, and or like keychains, all this sort of stuff just for signing up for signing a credit card application, not realizing this affects our credit score. It was wild times, and there was no regulation on that back then in the 90s or in the 2000s. It wasn't until like the 2010s or late 2000s they stopped letting banks come onto college campuses and sign up students to credit cards, not letting them know what they're getting themselves into. But anyway, getting back to the Philippines. So yeah, they eat ramen over there as well. I've seen some ramen shops there. I've been to some ramen shops in the market. I remember they was giving like these little free samples of ramen, and it was like delicious. I'm like, man, this is good. This is better than what I eat at home. uh, but yeah, they eat ramen there. But for them, their go-to as a ramen is pancit canton. And like I said, it looks like ramen, but like I said, the way it doesn't come with that heavily concentrated packet, which is made to be a soup base, which is why it's so salty because most Westerners fix it wrongly. Like they they fix it in a small bowl, whereas that packet is enough for like an entire pot of noodles, and that's why it's so salty because you know that packet is meant to to flavor an entire like small pot of noodles. It's not meant to just flavor just a bowl. That's why it's very salty. And I remember even when I was taking my nutrition science class, my professor, one of the things we had to do was like mark out, our own daily eating habits. And he was like, "You should be careful with those eating ramen." He said that is very, very salty. And I was like, "Gotcha." Nowadays, I actually need that sodium because when I run, I need to replace a lot of electrolytes. So I normally need a lot of sodium in my diet to replace all the electrolytes that I lose through my intense physical activity every day. But back then, it would have been pretty dangerous. But when you're a youth, when you're in your teens and early 20s, you can get away with very bad habits that you shouldn't continue once you become older. Philampus says, "Oh, the Mrs. If I had a whole room full of them, I would be eating them the whole day." Oh, MREs. I'm sorry. The MREs. If I had a whole room of them, I would be eating them the whole day. Laugh out loud. I don't know if the U.S. ones are the best, but people say the Russians is better. I'm not on Russian side, by the way. Only the MRE. I've never even seen a Russian MRE, so I wouldn't know what they eat offhand because I'm not one who really is into Russian food. I don't think, for my own taste, I would find them very delectable because I don't really think much of Russian meals. But some of the American MREs, they have improved. Like they've upgraded them within the last 10 years, so they have a bunch of new stuff. But for most folks who were in the military like years ago, like I was, chili mac tends to be our favorite MRE. For many of us, at least for me. For other people, it might be a different one, but chili mac is my favorite one. And you can actually get those online, by the way, philanthropists. You can order those online, assuming they'll ship it to to Argentina. I've seen MREs available on Amazon, on eBay, places like that, or you can get them from specific stores that are just online that cater to like military supplies. So any store that sells like military supplies, you can probably get order MREs from them. But like I said, or you can just go to eBay and Amazon. They both have them. Frankie Norbert Steiner says beans and bologna. Ew. Beans and franks, yeah, but bologna? I don't know about that. That's a rough meal right there. Only for instance, MSG. MSG is just a lot of it has a yeah, there's MSG and there's a lot of sodium, but uh, there's nothing particularly bad about MSG other than the fact that too much of it being sodium is going to be bad for you. But all the other rumors about MSG aren't factual. If anything, MSG um, is a good flavoring in many of our foods, and it also leads to that to the our one of our fifth taste buds that we discovered when I was still in college. Like they were talking about there was a different taste bud that alleged to be out there, but they didn't know what it was. But MSG actually touched on what that other taste bud is, which is our our, our taste for savoriness, which comes from that glutamate and all. It's like so now you can actually find like now they actually make seasoning with the MSG in it that gives you that savoriness to put on food. It's it's actually referred to as umami, umami. Umami is the name of that savoriness taste that comes from certain foods, particularly in like Asian foods and other ethnic foods that aren't European. Only for instance, have y'all tried snake fruit? It's really good too. I haven't heard that one. Nasir Muhammad says, "Hi, brother. Are you good?" Um, yes, Nasir. Thank you. Only for instance, don't know. Never tried a Russian MRE, but definitely interesting. I would try it, but like I said, I wouldn't have high hopes for it because MREs are already a required taste, right? And like I said, I don't know much about Russian meals, but the fact that you know Russia wasn't known for you know having outstanding cuisine makes me question how good the MREs could be. Melissa says Chili Mac, yes, it's Destiny. TF says, hey, what's up, Destiny? Moonlit Fern says, yeah, umami. Philanthropist says, yeah, like meat or tomato, they taste umami. It's usually like the flavoring they put on the meat or in tomato-based products to give it the umami taste. It's not. I don't think it's the meat itself. It's usually the flavoring added to it that gives it that umami or savoriness flavoring. And like I said, we actually have a taste bud that just for that sort of thing. So there's because before we only knew of like you know our taste buds for sour, sour, salty, and bitter. And then when I was taking psychology at the time, I was this is in my neuroscience class. They were saying there's these four taste buds, but we believe there's a fifth one. And it was later, a few years later, they actually declared that the fifth one was umami, which is like the taste bud for savoriness. So those are our five taste buds. You know, sweet, salty, sour, bitter, and umami. And like I said, most many foods have it in it. So it was funny when they came out with that MSG scare, like back in like the 90s or whatever, because it was never dangerous, but because of that, a lot of Asian restaurants were going out of their way to remove MSG out of their food, and it made it less tasty. Only for instance, notice how a lot of Asian countries love spam. Isn't that strange? I can't live without Asian spices. Um, well, that's because a lot of those places, a, a lot of foods that become delicacies are usually foods that people relied on out of need. That's why you see like a lot of people eating spam, like native Hawaiians who love spam and Filipinos who love spam because it was a easy it was a it was a cheap food to acquire back then for many of them. The funny thing, I was literally telling my wife this last night. I was like, you know what? I want to actually try spam, and she was just laughing. She's like, what? I was like, yeah, I know. I said I'm probably just talking out of hunger right now. I said, but I said I wouldn't mind actually trying it because I've never tried spam, by the way, guys. But that is something that a lot of Filipinos eat, just like they also eat like corned beef hash. But again, the way she makes it is almost like from scratch. Like she buys the corned beef in a can, but then she makes it. She adds the spices to it herself, as well as the potatoes and all that sort of stuff. And she makes it from the only thing that she this canned is the hash. I mean, sorry, the beef, the corned beef itself, but everything else is like kind of like handmade. I mean, not handmade, like made from scratch, like the potatoes and everything. She adds all of that to it. She doesn't buy the kind that I buy here in the US, which is like everything already pre-made within the can, then you just dump it in the pan and fry it. Like she actually makes it all from scratch, and it's delicious. So I like that, but she's never cooked me spam because I don't think she really eats that much herself. But I told her, I'm willing to try that. Yeah, I've never saw. Yeah, I've never had spam. It just never looked good. Plus, Um, I don't know. I don't think a lot of black families cook spam when I was younger. For most black families, the the cheap food we would get is bologna. We were fried bologna, make fried bologna sandwiches, but I didn't know anyone that made spam. Um, the SK is in the house. He said, "Holy shit." Yeah, I'm not usually here this early. I was doing it this early because this was going to be a celebration of Philippine Independence Day, which is June 12th. From June 12th, 1898 was their first Philippine Independence Day. It was originally first recognized on July 4th, like here in the United States, but that was only because the United States government at the time wanted the Philippines independence to correspond to our Independence Day, which was declared for them on July 4th, 1946, by President Truman. But after they gained their independence in 1962, their president changed the date to June 12th to reflect that the original um, folks who declared independence from Spain declared it on June 12th, 1898. And I just read the entire history um, as as I saw it on Wikipedia earlier on in the stream. So you guys, after I upload this, you can watch this on replay, and I give like the history of Philippine Independence Day. Philanthropist, is what are your thoughts on space exploration? So that's kind of outside of the topic today. I'm just talking about like everything Philippine customs related today. Um, like I said, I'll take outside questions if people want to drop a cash app, but I just want to stick to just recognizing Philippine Independence Day. That's why I did it this morning before it was midnight there because it's midnight currently in the Philippines. But like I said, I'll if anybody wants to drop a cash app, then I don't mind answering random questions. But today is all about celebrating the Filipinos, my favorite place to visit and soon to be place where I live permanently. Like I already have a home there, like an actual house in a gated community where my in-laws stay there. So yeah. When this is, oh, the MSG scare, I remember they did that in Florida with egg yolks, saying we should only eat egg whites instead of yolks. BSK says spam under glass. OMG. BSK says philosophy both in the polls have water. Wait, only for instance, happy Independence Day. Yeah, so like I said, that's shout out to the Philippines. Um, it's now June 13th there, so they've done Philippine Independence Day. But like I said, they don't really go hard in the paint celebrating like us, because for them it's often just on a work day for them. So like I said, my wife actually skipped work for, but it wasn't for Philippine Independence Day. It was just to for my sister-in-law's birthday. So she stayed home and just relaxed. Actually, no, I mean, no, she did work. She worked, but she decided to work from home. She didn't go to the office, but she worked from home, and like I said, a lot of them don't really celebrate their Independence Day that hard like we do. Like you don't see them like throwing like for the, some may do, but for the most part, you don't see them like throwing cookouts and doing a lot of like fireworks and stuff like that, just because usually it's just another work day for them. But I think Filipinos outside of the Philippines probably celebrate the day harder than Filipinos back in the country. BSK says for what it's worth, their tuk-tuks are dangerous, also fun. They don't have tuk-tuks in the Philippines. That's in places like Thailand and India and places like that. Um, Philippines doesn't have tuk-tuks. That's a the name isn't even a Filipino word. That's like I said, that's something they do in like Thailand and Cambodia and India, places like that. What they often do have in the Philippines are trikes, stands for tricycles, which can either be manual powered or actual like dirt bikes, where they have the little cab attached to the dirt bike that you can sit in, but it's not the same as a tuk tuk. Either they'll either be in a trikey, or they'll take these little mini buses, which I have like a little model of here. So, so oops. So these are like a very common form of transportation there. So these or trikes is what you'll see in the Philippines. Tuk-tuks are in are parts of mainland Asia, not part of the Philippines. Which is funny because there was some idiot, this white guy who claimed he was transracial, and I'm not to be mean, but only white people can be transracial, because no one else can be transracial. Just like there's only gay white men who claim they can be women, but whatever. In any case, um, some some guy who probably needs some mental health counseling was claiming he was transracial, and claimed he now declared himself to be Filipino. He was just a regular white guy. He said he was going to rename himself Tuk Tuk. And I and a bunch of Filipinos were laughing because, again, we know that tuk tuks aren't. There are no tuk tuks in the Philippines. So he's trying to be transracial and be Filipino, but he doesn't even know anything about the culture. Philanthropist says the guy there is an AI bot. No, he's a real person. I've spoken to him before. Philanthropist. He's just off the chain sometimes. He's a funny guy. Um, Moonlit Fern says, okay, I seen a map that Japan and France own most of Southeast Asia. Mm, Depending on what periods we're talking about. So like someone was asking me earlier, they was like, what other parts of Asia did Spain colonize? Spain colonized quite a bit of Asia at the heyday of its empire. Like I said, it was the Philippines, Guam, the Mariana Islands, northern Taiwan, which is or as was known then, Formosa, um, parts of Indonesia, parts of Malaysia, parts of Japan, parts of China. All of these things had once been a part of the Spanish Empire and colonized by them, but I think the Philippines belonged to them the longest out of all of them, and was used as a often used as a trading hub between Spain and the New World. Um, but yeah, and there was other places, a lot of places that were carved up by the European conquest at the time, like the Dutch had colonized a lot of Indonesia and other places. As far as Japan, that was a different time. You're talking about during Imperial Japan in the early 20th century, where they spread the hegemony over most of the Pacific Rim at the time. But we're talking about those are different periods from the periods of European conquest, when, like I said, you had like the French, the Dutch, and the Spanish, which were some of the biggest empires at the time, and later the British. But at earlier periods, it was like, the Dutch, the Spanish, the Dutch, the French, then the British, who colonized parts of Asia, Africa, and Latin America. Japan was the late comer to that party, because this was this was during the height of Imperial Japan in the early 20th century, which is a different period from the European conquest, which is like the 1500s and the 1600s and the 1700s. When we first said, yeah, it's 11:30 p.m. Thai time, so yes, Philippines. Philanthropist says, oh yeah, sorry, I didn't read the title. No, no problem. BSK says, what Philippines export vis-a-vis GDP? Huh? What do they export? I'm not sure what that means. Moonlit Fern says Philippines has amazing food and great culture. Yep. Moonlit Fern says aircon bus or tuk tuk is more Lao, Burma, Thai, Cambodia. Yeah, like I said, that's 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 more. Tuk tuk is in the Indochina countries, the Indo-Chinese countries like Thai, Lao, Burma, Cambodia, and India as well. There are tuk tuks in India as well. So I remember speaking with a girl here in the States, and they were selling it in her store. I was like, "Oh, you guys have tuk tuks too?" She's like, "Yeah, they drive tuk tuks in India." I was like, "Oh, I didn't know that. I told her I thought that was just part of the Indo-Chinese region," and she was like, "No, they have them in India as well." So, India included has tuk tuks, but in the Philippines they will often use trikeys. And like I said, the small buses that, like I just showed you, the little toy, is called a jeepney. They come from these old, like, World War II buses that they used and remodeled as um, a cheap form of transportation. Um, a lot of people will take out a business loan and buy a jeepney, and they can make quite a bit of money, you know, being a jeepney within their within their community. And some of these people are really nice. Like, I was just reading, just like I think a week or so ago, this one guy who owned a jeepney and drove it. He would give out like free sandwiches to his customers. It was some of these jeepney people are really cool. Um, uh, some of my wife's in-laws, um, they have a jeepney. So, and I can't remember. I can't remember if she said her father did it if he had a jeepney or if it was a trikey. I have to ask her again. But I think he had one as well at one point. Um, Final Fantasy, yeah, you're right, bro. American Today has some guys with all that woke stuff. Yeah, I try not to talk about that too much because it could derail the conversation. But I was just saying it as an aside. Basically, says in parts of Turkey and lots of Central America, buses have chickens. And stuff. Yeah, I told my wife as an open joke that when you watch a lot of American films about people traveling in more remote parts of the world, they will always show these buses and they always have like a chicken coop on them and animals and stuff like that. I was like, have you ever seen that in the Philippines? She was like, sometimes. She said she did, like in the more remote rural provinces, sometimes you'll see like, but not on the jeepneys. These will be like full fledged buses, not jeepneys. But she was saying, yeah, sometimes you will see like the chickens on top of the bus or something like that. And I was like, man, I gotta see this for myself. I said, because I said so many like American movies show this like every time like someone's like traveling in some remote part of the world and they take a bus and they get on it and it's like these chicken coops and stuff on the roof of the bus. I said I was wondering if that really happened. She was like, yes. He said, yeah, she said that is true sometimes, but like you're not gonna see that within like Metro Manila or anything like that. Not for the most part. Divineful says, in your opinion, are Filipinos better than Mexican women? Excuse me, Mexican women. Like, are the Filipinos overall, are they better or not? I can't compare women and say they're better. That's what do you mean by better? You mean more attractive, better mates? Like, I don't. It's subjective. I can't say that one is better than the other. It would be completely subjective. I can tell you what my own personal tastes are, but beyond saying what my own personal taste is subjective, which ones you find better. Besides that, like I said, there's so much cultural overlap between Mexico and the Philippines. I would think that someone from Mexico might find themselves completely comfortable living in the Philippines because, like I said, they can go to they can still find a local cathedral to to go to. They can find a lot of their own foods they would eat in Mexico there. There's even still parts of the Philippines, not Metro Manila, but there's still parts of the Philippines where they still speak Spanish. There's a particular town where the whole that city where they still speak just Spanish as the main language. I forgot what city it is, but it's not within Metro Manila. So I can't really say which women are better because it would be subjective. My own personal taste is that I find Asian women to be the most attractive women. But aside from that, that's my personal taste. I can't say they're better than them. Mexican women have been very beautiful as well. He said because I love Philippines, they are beautiful. BSK says, have you seen chain link fences wrapped around Dulmush bus trucks for folks to cling to roof? No. Again, guys, the Philippines is pretty modern when you go there. Like to see some of this stuff that you guys are thinking about, you have to go to rural provinces. Metro Manila is very modernized. Like I said, they have malls, the biggest malls in the world there. Like at one point, they did have the biggest mall in the world until they made one um, in China, which was bigger than the one in the Philippines. And then they made one in Dubai, which is the current largest. But the Philippines still has like the third largest mall in the world, which at one time was the largest up until like um, I think like 8 years ago, or no, yeah, about 8, 10 years ago, it was the largest mall in the world. So they have the largest malls in the world. Um, you know, Facebook is used everywhere. Like they use Facebook as their source of internet in most of the Philippines. Like Facebook is their source of internet. So if you're ever chatting with a woman, she says she doesn't have a Facebook, she's lying because they all use Facebook there as a source of internet. So that's a relation that's a relationship tip for you. Any woman you talking to in the Philippines who says she doesn't have a Facebook is probably lying to you because they all use Facebook as a source of internet there, especially if they don't have like a they can't pay for like a internet connection. They can use Facebook. Um, Moonlit Fern says you can hear the Latin culture in the language and see the food influence is a really cool thing. Not just that, the food within the loan words within the language, um, the fact that most of them are Catholic until you go into the southern regions of the Philippines, which are like mostly Muslim, but most of the northern parts, most of the northern and central parts of the Philippines are heavily Catholic based. Um, like I said, like the traditional clothing still looks like Spanish Spanish clothing. Like when they graduate, the women wear these Filipiniana dresses, which look like traditional Spanish dresses. Um, and then the guys wear these shirts still for like most formal occasions that derive from Spain, I believe. So like I said, when you go there, it's going to feel as much as an Asian culture as a Latin American, as like a Latino culture. Philanthropist says to Divineful that it depends. Some have things that make them beautiful, and the Mexican girls have other. Like for example, you could say the Filipinos look cuter because they are skinnier and have younger looking faces. Yeah, that's you could say that. Not all of them are skinnier though. Philippine women tend to be kind of curvy, which is why I've joked before that um, to one of my cousins when she was asking me um, about the Filipino women because my cousin is bisexual, so she was curious about the women, and I told her they're like Chinese women with Puerto Rican bodies, and she laughed because she got what I was saying. So that's how you can often like say what the women look like. BSK says left out on export query, definitely export nurses. Sometimes I don't understand what you're saying, BSK, because the way you word things. Um, the nurse thing, yeah, that used to be a thing. Not so much now, but I would say like back, especially like 10, 20 years ago in America when they were having that shortage of nursing, they were bringing a lot of them over here as for work exchange programs. Now the current trend is for teachers. There's a lot of Filipino teachers coming here uh, as part of a work exchange program because we're having a dearth of people in America who want to teach. So a lot of them. So you're gonna see more people coming here, both in the inner city and in the countryside of America, who are Filipino teachers. The nurse trend has sort of like um, plateaued, I think. But what's more trending now is you're going to see a lot of Filipinos coming here as teachers because a lot of them do major in education stuff as well. But the nurse thing is not as trending anymore. You're talking about like 10 years ago. Don, you're talking about irrelevant stuff. I told you starting last Monday, I'm only going to take comments that deal with the subject matter at hand, the current topic. Anything that's outside of the current topic, you're going to have to drop a cash app or I'm not going to reply to that. I'm not I'm not sure why they hid this comment, philanthropist, but I'm going to allow it. I'm going to show it. Like I said, there's been people who criticized me yesterday saying I censor comments, and I certainly don't. And sometimes what happens is some comments won't even show up because the algorithm just won't even let it display. So I don't even get a chance to decide whether to show or hide it. That's certain words will trigger the YouTube algorithm. So don't think it's the content creator guys who's blocking comments. I don't block comments. Um, what happens is if someone says something offensive, then I'll then go ahead and time that person out, or I'll hide the comment. But I have to see it before I can even decide to hide it. Um, but yeah, this YouTube was asking me whether I wanted to show or hide this comment, and I don't see anything offensive about it. But philanthropist said, on the other hand, Mexican girls have bigger bodies. It depends on what you're looking for in a woman. But again, that's the same for Filipino women too. They tend to be curvy philanthropists. Like, I think when people are thinking about small Asian women, like Filipino women are small, but they're curvy. They're not. When you're thinking about smaller women, you're usually thinking about more of the in the women from Indochina, like the maritime Southeast Asians. So you have to separate. So in Southeast Asia, you have the maritime Southeast Asian countries from the Indo-Chinese Southeast Asian countries. The Indo-Chinese countries are part of the mainland, like Burma, Laos, Thai, Cambodia, Vietnam, right? But the maritime Southeast Asian countries are the Philippines, Indonesia, Malaysia, uh, Brunei, and I'm missing one, but those are the maritime. So the women in those island countries tend to be curvier than the ones on the mainland. The ones on the mainland tend to look more smaller, like their Chinese counterparts, but the ones on the islands tend to be a little bit more curvy. So for guys who like curvy women, big butts, all that sort of thing, they'll appreciate Filipinos and Indonesians and Malaysians. Only for instance, good business is roti popular there. They don't know anything about roti. That's a west that's like something that's eaten in the West Indies. They don't know anything about roti. They do eat Jamaican beef patties there for some reason. That I found that hilarious that I could go to like the malls in the Philippines and find Jamaican beef patties. I'm like, wow, they make this here? She's like, yeah. I mean, my wife. She's like, yeah. And we I bought her I bought her some, and she liked it. And I was like, wow, they got Jamaican beef patties here, but they don't have roti. My wife doesn't know wouldn't know what roti is. I would have to explain it to her, and yeah, they don't have that. If you just mean like something similar to like the flat fly, excuse me, like the flat fry bread or something like that, I'm sure there's there's something similar within their own food, but they don't have what we know as roti over there. Don says, "Are you allowed to own a normal car?" Of course. Again, guys, the Philippines is not some jungle in a, it's a modernized country. Of course they have it. If you guys want to see more about the Philippines, like I said, it's Philippine Independence Day, or it was over there. It's the 13th down now there, but it's still June 12th here on the Western Hemisphere. Netflix has tons of Filipino movies. There's even a movie about Philippine Independence Day. There's two of them. It's called General Luna, who was the general who was like the main general who led the um, the war, the their Philippine military against the Spanish, to which they were losing. But what happened was at that time the Spanish were also fighting the Spanish American War in 1898, and they lost to America. And part of the territory they ceded to America at the end of the Spanish American War was the Philippines. So then it became American. It became an American territory, but the Filipinos who had just been fighting against Spain didn't recognize America as their overlords. So then they fought a brief war against America called the Philippine-American War, which they lost. But again, in 1946, Harry Truman, the president of the time, recognized the Philippine independence on July the 4th. But after they gained independence, um, like 18 years later, in it was in 1964, the then president of the Philippines put the date back on June 12th as Philippine Independence Day to reflect that was the time that the Philippine um, leaders had declared their independence against Spain on June 12th, 1898. But they are a modernized country. They have cities. That yes, they have cars. The only caveat is in Metro Manila, you can't drive every day because there's so much urban smog within Metro Manila that there's certain days that you can't drive your car. So for people who are wealthy enough to have two cars, um, I'm sure like once like if you within the family, what you'll do is people will drive the other car on a day that the other car can't be driven because it's like I think like 2 days out of the week in which you can't drive your own car because they want to cut down on urban traffic and smog because traffic is traffic is a huge problem within Manila. Like you've never seen gridlock like you've seen gridlock in on the streets of Manila. The gridlock is horrible. So like to cut down on all that traffic and gridlock and the urban smog from all the transportation, they limit how many days you can um, drive your car. But of course they can buy cars there. I don't. That's a weird question to ask. What not and what Western what country other than like places like North Korea or somewhere could you not own your own car? It's not a socialist country. Um, Aside from that, like my cousin-in-law worked for a car dealership before she passed away. Now her older sister is now working for a car dealership. She works for Suzuki. My cousin who passed away last year in a bike accident, um, she worked for Toyota. So yeah, my wife and I are actually discussing getting a car now over there just because it would be easier for her commute since our house is outside of Metro Manila. It's like in the suburbs, so the only problem is whether we have a car or not. It's still going to be that traffic problem. That's why usually I would just rather her just take a grab car. Grab is their Uber. Like the company Grab has bought out most of Uber throughout most of Southeast Asia. Grab has bought out Uber, but they made a deal with Uber so that Uber a mem the member a member of the Uber executives board sits on their on their board of executives in Grab. I know that's confusing, but yeah, basically they made a deal. So they bought out most of Uber, but then the head of their Uber in Asia sits on their board of executives. But you can download the Grab app just like you download the Uber app, and you can get it for transportation. You can get it for like ordering food, like you have Uber Eats here, and you can also use the Grab app as a to for like cash, like so their Grab the Grab will act as like Cash App over there. So only for instance, my first culture shock was rooster fighting when I moved from Chicago to Bangkok, and Thais and Filipinos love each other here. I love it. Yeah, they both do the cockfighting. My wife said her father used to. I don't know if he raised the roosters, but he would like do the cockfighting and all that sort of stuff. Um, so yeah, that is a big thing. Although a lot of people still find it cruel, but at the end of the fight, you're getting some chicken. So not sure what BSK is saying. Chasing an eclipse through somewhere. I guess that's Spain. And near St. Louis Potosi had to do livestock bus. It was fantabulous. BSK said you have yellow fever. If that's what you want to call it, that's my preference is Asian women. I mean, I can't really call it. You can't really call it yellow fever when most dating apps online rate Asian women as the most preferable women on in online dating. So when you look at online dating apps, um, Asian women are the most preferred, and white men are the most preferred. And second would be like second to Asian women. Second to Asian women would be white women, and second to white men would be black men. But the people who fall at the bottom, black women fall at the bottom of people's female preferences, and Asian men fall at the bottom of male preferences, according to online dating data. So it's not really yellow fever when the majority of people in online dating all prefer Asian women as the most preferable. So it's the difference between a preference and a fetish. A fetish is something that's niche, but if most people looking at online data do prefer Asian women, then it's a preference, not a fetish. A fetish would be like wanting fat women. That's a fetish because that's not something that's a very normal preference for most men. That would be a fetish. But preferring like a like a certain racial group over another, that's just a preference. That's not a fetish. Now, if you preferred a specific nationality within that preference, then that's a fetish. Like like if you said, I don't just want Asian women, it has to be only Filipino women, and say of those Filipino women, only a certain type of Filipino women, then that's a fetish, not a preference. So that's the difference. If you know, if I was put on my psychology cap here of like when you distinguish between preferences and fetishes. So, only Fern says 8-story malls on every corner, modern first world cities, rural areas can be very third world. Yeah, tell them like they don't understand Mullet Fern. So you live in Thailand, so you know that places in Southeast Asia are just as modern as here in America, and they have better malls than we do. Like most of the malls in the United States are crumbling, whereas over there malls are thriving. I've been to malls in Bangkok as well. They're cool. Like I went to that one mall in Bangkok. I forgot the name of it, but it's where they have all the like technology type stuff, and so you can go there to buy like gadgets for cheap. And then all the way at the top, they had like a place that sold like all like vintage '80s type stuff there. It was so cool. The only reason I didn't buy a bunch of stuff there is because it would cost way too much money to ship it back home. Wait, it might have not cost too much to ship it to the Philippines, but at the time I was going to ship it back to America. And like they had like arcade, like I saw like a Miss Pac-Man arcade and all sorts of stuff they were selling in this little vintage store at the top of the mall in Bangkok. But like I said, it would have just cost too much to ship some of that stuff that I saw there. But they had like cool stuff from the '80s. I hope it's still there when I go back. One of my friends said WhatsApp and Snapchat, they go hard. So they even use Tinder over in those places now. Like Tinder has become big in places like the Philippines and Thailand and stuff like that. But their preferred like apps would be um, like WhatsApp, Viber, stuff like that. They use Telegram. But yeah, Viber and WhatsApp are big. Often like businesses will give you their Viber or WhatsApp numbers to contact them. I haven't seen Snapchat that much in the Philippines. Maybe in Thailand they do that, but I haven't seen it that much in the Philippines. And then other Asian countries have others. Like I know in Thailand and Japan, they're big on uh what's that other one called, live or something, whatever it's called. I forgot the name of that app. Live or whatever it's called. I used to use it for a while when I used to talk to some other girls outside of the Philippines. I can't remember it. Um, then I also use WeChat, which is used very much in China because WeChat is like everything. WeChat is like a combination of Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, your bank, and Uber all rolled into one huge app. But because of that, it's also monitored heavily by the Chinese government. But it's like a mega app used for everything in China. But you can also use it, of course, for dating and finding people and staying in touch with them. Japan, South Korea has one too, Kiko Chat or something like that. But anyway, so yeah, guys, like I said, if you want to celebrate something in regards to the Philippines, if it's available where you live, you can go get some authentic Philippine food from a restaurant or find it in your international section of your supermarket. See if you can find maybe some packets of uh, pancit canton, which, like I said, they're gonna look like the same packets of ramen noodles that you get, except they don't fix it like soup. They fix it like pasta on a plate. Okay. Um, or like I said, there's always Jollibees if you have it. And like I said, the cool thing about Jollibees is wherever there's a Jollibees in the U.S., there's usually a Filipino community in that area as well. BSK says, do they do Kensen Air? I'm trying to remember. I think they do. I think they do. I gotta remember again. I think they do that. I'm trying to remember if my little sister-in-law did that. Um, I think they do, or it's some Filipinos do it. It's not all of them. Crazy Muda says, "What's the topic today?" I saw a guy beating him on YouTube live shorts, and I was like, "What the hell? What?" And he's going to get, well, as soon as YouTube sees it, they're going to get kicked off. That's weird. But no, this topic is Philippine Independence Day. June 12th was their Independence Day. I mean, it's still June 12th here, but over there, that it's already 1 o'clock in the morning Philippine time. So it's now June 13th. But I started this at 11 o'clock, um, to make sure I could maybe reach any Filipinos who are still up at night. So to say Happy Philippine Independence Day, or any Filipino Americans who live here. Like, but I don't know why I wouldn't even. That's mm. I couldn't even. I wouldn't even have watched, like, had the patience to watch something that I'm not already familiar with on YouTube. Like, I'm pretty picky with what I watch. Like, it has to be already people that I'm familiar with or topics I'm familiar with on YouTube for me to watch them. Only for instance, Chinese with Puerto Rican bodies, couldn't say it better myself, and the level of love and respect is amazing. Yeah. They even joke about it here. Like, they say, what do you call, like, some Asians here, they will make the joke. They was like, what do you get when you mix a Mexican and a Chinese? And they said a Filipino. So that's even an open joke here amongst Asians. So Divine folks said, what was your favorite experience in the Philippines? Oh, that's easy, meeting my wife. Um, Philanthropist says, no, don't worry. It's the viewer. The comment is not blocked till the owner decides to actually block it. We all can still see the comment until that. Yeah. But like I said, so sometimes people will be leaving comments and they were saying it's not showing up, and I was telling them I'm not doing that. That's the actual YouTube algorithm itself blocking the comment because there must be some sort of word or string of words in it that automatically triggers their algorithm to block the comment so it doesn't even show up on screen. And then at other times, it leaves it to my discretion and it'll say show or hide. And I'll say 8 times out of 10, I'm going to just hit show unless it's something that's like very like offensive or trolling. Then I'm gonna just hide it and then just time the person out or ban them because they're just being a troll. But like I said, 8 times out of 10, I'm just gonna hit show because I'm not worried about strong language or anything like that. BS cases I meant manufacturing, i.e., textile, shipping, aviation, automotive. I don't know anything. I don't know about that's outside of my pay grade. I don't know anything about their major exports. I don't deal in that. When I'm in the Philippines, the businesses I conducted was you know um running a call center, and my wife and I had started a home massage and therapy service spa. So as far as their major exports and all that sort of stuff, you'll have to look that up on Google. So I honestly don't know. Um, so wealth is transcendent often. I don't get it. Um, P. says, good morning. I hope your day is full of blessings. Thank you, P. Only friend says city smog is real. Air quality can be crazy wearing masks long before COVID. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, that's what I'm saying. The funny thing about how people are tripping about masks, like in Asia, particularly in East Asia, people wear masks all the time. For one, these are more collectivist cultures as opposed to America and the UK, which are very individualist societies. East Asia, for the most part, is a collectivist culture. So you'll see people wearing masks when they're sick just so they don't spread their germs to other people. That's the sort of consideration they have for other people in their society, which you don't see here. Here, you'll just see people openly coughing and sneezing in the air. That would be that would be considered very rude and offensive in many countries in East Asia. Like I said, many of them wear a mask when they have a cold or coughing and sneezing, so they don't spread their germs on other people. And also because of, like Moonlit Fern said, like because of the city smog and stuff, sometimes like when people will like jump on a trikey, because trikeys can be very dirty. Because I think they, I think trikeys use like diesel. I think they use like diesel fuel or whatever. But you get a lot of like dirt kicked up riding on these trikeys, and you you'll smell the exhaust fumes. So a lot of people will wear a mask while they're riding in the trikey. So yeah, people in Asia were wearing masks long before COVID, just because it made more sense if you're dealing with like um, bad air quality, and also like I said, when they get sick, they often wear a mask so they don't spread their germs. Yes, they have Benzes in the Philippines, Don. Like I said, I don't know why you keep. I don't know what your picture of the Philippines is, but go watch Netflix. They are very modern. Anything you can find here in the United States. I'm assuming you're in the United States because I'm starting to question whether you're in the United States or not. Like I'm thinking you might be on the continent of Africa, but everything that you find in the United States you find in the Philippines. Yes, there are billionaires in the Philippines. There are millionaires in the Philippines. They drive Benzes. Like I said, the current president is I believe he has his net worth is about $1 billion, because again, his father Ferdinand Marcos, the military dictator in the 70s, stole billions of dollars from the Philippine government, so much so that he's in the Guinness Book of World Records for having stolen the most amount of money from a government. It's still a record within the Guinness Book of World Records from the 70s. He ran a military dictatorship in the Philippines, which a lot of people have credited for his downfall, because before then, in the 60s, Manila was known as the Pearl of the Orient. It was like Manila was on the same scale then that, like, say Tokyo is today. It was an important trade. It was an important trade route um, within East Asia, and like I said, it was they were known to be quite sophisticated at their time, but that fell during the 70s under the military dictatorship of Ferdinand Marcos. Like, not only did he put it under military um, military law at the time, um, but like he stole billions of dollars from their government, and that wealth is still held within the Marcos family. Um, biggest case here are bikes common. Yeah, so a lot of people, it's more affordable for them to ride bikes than to have cars. But of course, these bikes clutter the streets, so they're often a nuisance. And I don't think they're particularly safe because there's so much traffic and accidents that happen in Metro Manila that I would not ride a bike in on Manila streets. Like, if I rode a bike, it would be in the rural provinces where there's not much traffic. But I would not ride a bike um, in Metro Manila. But yeah, there's a lot of bikes everywhere in Asia. Like, you'll see more people riding on bikes or scooters than you'll have than then you'll see people driving cars, because it's cheaper for a lot of people to buy bikes and scooters than it is for them to buy cars, and they can kind of get around a little bit better in these smaller vehicles as opposed to cars. But yeah, you'll see a lot of dirt bikes and I mean a lot of bikes and scooters, definitely. You said the Shopee app, so yeah, the Shopee and I forgot the other one. I don't use them because now they've started using Amazon more in the Philippines. Back in the day, you really couldn't get Amazon to ship to the Philippines. Now Amazon has caters to a Philippine customer base, so you can order easily from Amazon to the Philippines. It's just you're gonna pay more in shipping costs. But I don't even need Shopee over there because I can still use Amazon. And BSK says, "Damn, that's specific to Don." Yeah, like I said, I don't understand. I I don't think Don, the guy who calls himself Don Cheadle, I don't think he's American BSK, because the questions he's asking as if the Philippines is like this remote part of the world. Like, what part of the world, like, don't they have modern cars and stuff? Like, first he asked, do they can even own a car? I'm like, well, of course they can. Now he's asking, can they own Benzes? Yes, every make and model car that you can find here, you can find there. Not everyone can afford them because most people don't make that much money, but there's very wealthy people living within the Philippines. People who are wealthier than people here. There are billionaires in the Philippines. Many of them are part of either um, you know political families, or they're families that own the biggest industries in the Philippines, like the Jollibee Food Company, or SM, and places like that. You, they will have the big, like, luxury cars, not just Benzes. Benzes aren't even the most luxurious cars. Like they'll have the type of luxury cars that people have here that are billionaires. Like you'll see people in limousines and all sorts of stuff there as well. Like I said, there's nothing you're not going to find here in America that you're not going to find over there, other than maybe specific types of food. Like you're not going to find, West Indian food over in the Philippines other than Jamaican beef patties. But pretty much you can live in any of the creature comforts you enjoy here in America. You can get those in the Philippines as long as you have money. So BSK says yellow fever isn't an insult meant partially as levity. No, what the difference is, yellow fever is like when it's a fetish. So that was particularly pertaining to like white men, not so much black men, but I guess black men too, but mostly white men here in America who only preferred uh, Asian women. But it wasn't just a preference. The difference between, like I said, the difference between a preference and a fetish is that the fetish is abnormal behavior. So not only will they have a preference for Asian women, but they might do stuff like they'll go to Asian women and say, and start trying to speak in the Asian language to them, not knowing anything about the girl before they even say anything. Like, you know, the chick, first of all, the chick may not even speak an Asian language here in America. And you may be speaking the wrong language to her. They'll just go up to a girl and be like, ni hao. And the girl's not even Chinese. Like she's like Korean or something. And they're like ni hao or something stupid like that. Those are the guys who have yellow fever. Stupid people like that. But someone who just likes Asian women because they find them beautiful, that's not really yellow fever. Yellow fever are those weirdos, like I said, who wear the little rice hats, right? By the way, I don't wear that hat, but I just got that at a anime convention. But people who wear like the rice hats, um, wear the little kung fu robes, who fetishize all the little um, um, anime female characters who meet Asian women and try to speak to them in like Korean and Chinese before they even ascertain whether this woman even speaks that language. Like these are folks with yellow fever. Dave Chappelle doesn't have yellow fever. His wife is Filipina, but um, I can't say he has yellow fever because he married a Filipino woman. There's actually a long tradition of black men and Filipino women, so much so that in Baltimore, um, in their written into their anti-miscegenation laws before those laws were revoked, there there was like specific anti-miscegenation laws banning black and black and Filipino couples from being married. So there's a long history between black and Filipino relationships. Um, the first black Supreme Court justice was married to a Filipino woman. Um, the richest black man in the richest black man in the United States back in the 80s married a Filipino woman. And like I said, both of them, Thurgood Marshall and Reginald Johnson, were both from Baltimore. So it's kind of ironic that like there were anti-miscegenation laws on the books in the Philippines that spoke specifically of banning Philippine and black marriages. But like I said, blacks and Filipinos have a long history, dating back to the World War II veterans. No, even before that, even before World War II veterans, dating back to the what I forgot that cavalry. Um, there's an American cavalry headed of black men that once fought in the Philippines, and the Filipinos actually, um, honored their bravery. And there was one or two of those guys that actually defected to the Philippines and became soldiers for them. The Buffalo Soldiers. That's the Buffalo Soldiers. That's what it is. So there were Buffalo Soldiers in the Philippines. So there's a long history between Black and Filipinos as far as relationships go. And in Southeast Asia, there are people called Negritos, which are tiny sized Black people who are indigenous to Southeast Asia that were living there before Asians from the mainland moved moved on into these parts of Southeast Asia. But since we're talking about Philippine Independence Day, let me go ahead and mention this to you guys. So, and I caught this on Google from the Spokane Library. It says even less is known about the role of the Black troops in the Philippine War of Independence. The so-called Buffalo Soldiers, made up of African American army units, were organized in 1866. They were led by white officers because it was believed that blacks were not capable of leadership positions. But yeah, so even back then, we had Black men fighting as Buffalo Soldiers in the Philippines during the Philippine War of Independence. So there's always been a connection between Black people in the Philippines. Only furnace is fetish. Ice Spice. Huh. I don't get that. I think Ice Spice is half white, half black. She looks more like half Beyonce and half Ronald McDonald, but that's a different story. But anyway, I'm only for instance Asian women are loyal. No offense to back home. Yeah, I agree. They Asian women tend to be more traditional in their femininity and in relationships. That's why a lot of people find them more preferable on dating apps. So it's not just that they're um, very pretty. That's part of it. But the other reason why they're most preferred on dating in online dating amongst all races of female groups is because they're considered beautiful, very feminine, and to be tend to be more traditional and they accept more traditional roles in relationships. Of course, individuals differ. Moment for instance, what mall MBK? No, I don't think it was MBK. I can't remember what the tech. It might be MBK. Like I said, I went to three malls while I was there. I mean, I didn't want to mall hop too much while we were there because that was during my honeymoon. So we were doing a lot of stuff. It might was it MPK Center? No, no. It wasn't MBK Center. Like I said, it's the specific mall because we did go to MBK, but no, it's the one that's known for like all the techie stuff. I can't remember um, the name of it. I'll look it up since we're talking about it. And yeah, do a lot of Filipinos do visit Thailand. Um, it's no, it's Pantit Plaza. That's what it is. Pantit Plaza. That was the um that was the mall known for all, buying electronics and stuff like Pantit Plaza. I remember when we were going there, the tuk-tuk driver was trying to hustle us. So that's another thing people need to bone up on knowing about traveling to certain countries because they gotta know about the different ways people will try to get over on you in other countries. And so a lot of these, you already know this Moonlight Firm, but some of these tuk-tuk drivers will be paid by people to bring them to other places because they get like a kickback for it. So you'll be trying to go to like a certain temple and they be like, oh, that temple's closed. Let me take you to this place. So you just be like, no, that's okay. I'll just take another tuk tuk. And they be like, okay, I'll take you there. But they'll try to lie to you and tell you, oh, that temple's closed or somewhere's closed. Or let me take you somewhere better. That's the little hustle a lot of these tuk-tuk drivers have. But yeah, it's not MBK. It's Pante Plaza. Megan Cedillo says Bigo Live. That's cool, but we're not. I don't want you. We're not soliciting. We're not soliciting sex work here in this in this chat room. Yes, I know what Bigo Live is, so we're not gonna do that. But I appreciate your hustle. But if I don't mind it, but if you want to contribute to the conversation, I appreciate it, Megan. Thank you. Don says, "Do you like Jollibee? I've tried it in the States and hated it, but I've heard it's better in the Philippines." See, I haven't even had it in America yet. The first time I tried it was in the Philippines. Like my very first, um, well, not the first day I was there. The day after, because I arrived in the first time I arrived in the Philippines was at nighttime, so I wasn't even hungry. Like that was the first time I met my wife. We were still just dating at the time, and she met me at the airport. You know, we embraced and we took a long uh, Uber ride back to our condo. 'Cause like I said, traffic is crazy there, and we just hung out and got to know each other. But the next morning, um, I didn't go to Jollibee's first. I first went to this cafe that I like better than Starbucks out there. But in the afternoon, we went to Jollibee's. I was like, baby, I was like, I gotta, I gotta try Jollibee's. I say it's a moral imperative that I eat Jollibee's in the Philippines, especially my first time here. So she took me to the local Jollibee's, and it's delicious. Um, the only problem I sometimes have with Jollibee's in the Philippines, depending on where you go, is sometimes they'll have an aftertaste because they keep reusing the same grease. So that would be the only thing I don't like. Is sometimes there'll be an aftertaste to the chicken because they will fry it and reuse um, grease. But other than that, I like it. It's basically their McDonald's. I mean, they have McDonald's there as well, but Jollibee's is their go to, like their little go to comfort meal. But um, yeah, I haven't even, like I said, I haven't even had it here because I live in Maryland. There's not a big Filipino community here. They just they I think like 10 years ago they opened one in Wheaton, Maryland, which is in the DC suburbs. So there's one in Wheaton that I want to try. Someone told me it's not good, but I'll try it for myself to see. There's one in Wheaton, Maryland, which is like an hour away from where I am in Baltimore, and I think there's one either in DC or the Northern Virginia area, which is like right outside of DC. So I think there's two there, but if I don't go to those, then the closest ones will be like in New Jersey, and the new one they open in New York City and down in Times Square. But they've been had a few like um, Jollibees in New Jersey because they have a Filipino community in New Jersey. But they just opened their first one in New York City like 2 years ago in Times Square, and that was like a big thing. BSK was my first exposure to the Philippines military. No, I went there. I went there to meet my wife. I was already way out of the Philippines before I traveled there. The only the only traveling I did while I was in the army was to Germany. Rice liquor. I don't drink. I wouldn't know. I don't drink. One of their favorite beers they love in the Philippines is called Red Horse. This is a little cheap beer that a lot of them drink. But again, I don't drink. And like even when I met my wife's uncles, like they were, when I her uncles met me, to sort of vet me as her boyfriend because they knew we were engaged. Um, so her father had already passed away a year before I met her. So her uncles took it to that it would be their duty to vet me. And it was funny. She was nervous. I wasn't. I was like, no, that's cool. I was like, I respect that. That's to me, that's traditional culture. The fact that the father would vet the man for as a suitable mate for his daughter. That's what we need in black culture today and American culture in general, but definitely within the black community. The problem is there aren't a lot of fathers involved fathers that live with their children in the same household that they can vet their the mates for their children, particularly for their daughters. Now that's not to say that Black American men aren't involved in their children's lives. They are actually according to government statistics, they are actually the most involved in their children's lives than any other racial group in America. However, they aren't they tend not to be married and living in the same household as those children, so it's not the same. But in any case, like in traditional roles, often the fathers would vet the mates of their daughters to make sure they're suitable for marriage, and so her father wasn't around to do it, so her uncles did it. But they were very friendly to me, very nice. I'm still friends. I'm friends with them on Facebook, and I meet them, when we have reunions and other family get-togethers with her family. They met me. They, we were all outside drinking. They offered me some beer. So I don't really drink. I accepted the beer to be polite, but I didn't drink. And later, I told my wife, I was scared that they would find it, offensive that I didn't drink. But some other members of the family said no, they actually respected you that you weren't drinking. They wanted to make sure you're not like just some like alcoholic and just throwing back beers and alcohol stuff like that. So it actually was a positive that I wasn't drinking at the time. So have you have John says, have I tried Denaguan? I'm not. No, I'm not eating. I'm not eating intestines. I don't eat offal. Offal, OFFAL, is like all the like internal organs that people cook sometimes as meat. I won't eat that here in America with black soul food. I'm not going to eat it in any other culture either. I'm not eating hog's maw, chitlins, country oysters, pig's feet. Um, I'm not eating any of that stuff, and I'm not eating the Filipino versions of those foods either. I find internal organs completely disgusting. Yeah, I'm not going to eat that. Emily Fern says, "We up, cheers." Megan says, "That's really nice of you to do this today. Thank you." Wait, Megan, are you Filipino, by the way? I didn't even ask. I'm sorry. But yeah, like I said, celebrating Philippine Independence Day. My little slingshot. Oh, guys, if you know, that's a lot of them will make these little traditional. This is not a traditional Philippine slingshot. This is like an artisanal version of a slingshot that I bought. But some of them would like just make their own homemade slingshots over there, which I think they would use to like hunt small foods in like rural provinces like chickens and stuff like that. But slingshot is sort of like a little traditional thing in rural parts of the provinces. But um, yeah, I forgot to ask Megan because I saw the last name Cedillo and I didn't even put two and two together that you might be Filipina. So if so, happy Philippine Independence Day. I know it's the 13th over there in the Philippines, and I'm not sure if you're here in America or overseas. John Flintstone the third said, "Brother, brother, brother." This one troll has to go. Don says, "I was talking about tuner bends from the 2000s because I heard in some parts of Asia they were quite popular." I don't know. I don't pay attention to like the models of the different luxury cars they have. I'm just saying, generally, whatever make and model of vehicle you can get in the Philippines, I mean, in the U.S., you can get in the Philippines, if you can afford it. Because of course they're going to be um, imported vehicles, which is going to make them much more expensive. Like the cheaper vehicles that most people buy over there are like usually Toyota. So a lot of people drive Japanese vehicles over there because they even though they technically are imported to Japan is like right there, so they are cheaper than American cars would be very expensive, and European cars would be very expensive there. So European and American cars would be expensive in the Philippines, but um, like Japanese and maybe Korean vehicles would be cheaper to buy. BSK says using generically weak like no, but the thing is, the tuk-tuks and trikes don't even look alike. Like I said, a tricycle, it's like I said, it's a dirt bike, or sometimes it's even a manual bike with a cab attached to it. Whereas the tuk-tuk itself is the tuk-tuk itself is they're not two separate things. Like the trike has the cab added to the bike, whereas the tuk-tuk is just one one whole vehicle. So they're not the same. So if you said a tuk-tuk to a Filipino, like they would be, unless, well, they might know tuk-tuks from, from overseas, but they will be confused if you ask for a tuk-tuk because that's not their mode of transportation. Because like I said, they use trikeys or tricycles to get around. It you know they're two separate types, two separate looking vehicles. But they do have the weak, the dirty small engines. Like I said, a lot of people will wear a mask when they're on a trike because like I said, it kicks up a lot of dirt, and like you often smell the exhaust coming from the bike while you're riding around. So it definitely would be good to wear a mask when you're on a trike. Yeah, it look like you're a fan of Benz's, Don. I don't know the G wagons, the SEL sedans, all that stuff. I don't really have a fetish for Benz's, as you may do. I mean, that might be one of your favorite vehicles, but I don't really have specific vehicles I really care about. Yeah, I figured you weren't American because some of your questions you pose, it just sounded like someone that you weren't from America. But yeah, like I said, whatever sort of Benzes that you do like, whether it's, you said the G wagons or whatever, they definitely have them in the Philippines. But like I said, only very wealthy people are going to have them because these are exported European cars, so they're going to cost a lot there. Whereas when I'm in Germany, Benzes and Audis are like their are like Chevy and Dodge in America. Like they're like domestic cars in Germany, so they don't cost that much. Like when I'm in Germany, I'll see like a Benz that's a garbage truck because it's just the local. It's local to them. It's not. It doesn't hold the same prestige as it does in America and in other parts of the world because they're just their domestic cars. BSK says my insurance vis-a-vis two wheels is 13% of one SUV to. I don't get that. Um, BSK says, "Oh, have you been to small craft in Asia?" No, like I was saying last night when I was criticizing that private when I was criticizing the fact that there's no curse against the Kennedys. It's just that John F. K's son John F. K. Jr. died in a jet, in a private jet because private jets are more likely to crash commercial commercial jets. So I don't trust small aircraft. So I've never been in a small plane, in like those little biplanes or anything like that. No, I haven't ridden those. Like whenever I'm riding, whenever I'm flying within places in Asia, I take a commercial plane. Don Cheadle says, to clarify, almost 10 years ago, I visited America with my parents for 2 years. Okay. Only for instance, I own a few Naruto, Naruto, and the Yasha. Yeah, oh no, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with liking anime, only for no. What I was saying was when he was mentioning the whole yellow fever thing, I was saying the difference between having a preference for Asian women and having a fetish is when fetishization means when you're not treating them like people, like you're treating them like something other than just regular people, like people. And I said normally those people who have the yellow fever will like they. It's not that they just watch anime, but then they latch on to the female anime characters and look for Asian women to look or resemble those anime characters, or they go up to women whom they don't know and just start speaking of an Asian language to them as if all Asian women will know that language. Like like I said, they will go up to them speaking Chinese or Korean or maybe Japanese, and you don't know even if that person is Chinese, Korean, or Japanese whether they even speak that language if they're here in America, because once they're two, three, four generations in, a lot of them stop speaking the, their mother tongue fluently, if at all. So, um, basically, he has jokes about YF Chappelle. I'm only, for instance, on One Piece stuff. Yeah, I got into One Piece a year ago, about a year and a half ago. So I've been in that heavy, except for like now they're on the last end of the series. And when I picked it up on like Netflix and on other streaming platforms, all of them have cut out like at least over 500 or so episodes of the series, which I've the first arc, the first half of the arc, or the first third of the first half of the show of the series covers only like about 516 episodes, but then they skip over like 500 something episodes to get to where they currently are in the series. And it's like that's a huge amount to jump into and expect people just to pick up from there. So I'm not watching until either they fill in all those 500 missing episodes, or they 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 dub it, because all the current episodes I've been seeing now are only in subtitles, and I don't watch anything in shonen anime in subtitles. There's too much going on to be trying to watch shonen anime or action anime for folks who don't know what shonen is. Like I'm not watching that in subtitles because you're gonna have to keep watching the same episode two or three times to catch everything. And they love anime over by the way over in the Philippines. My brother-in-law watches a lot of anime. Like he'll tell me stuff to watch. So Don says, I've seen one member of De La Soul as well as Spike Lee wear rice hats and robes back in photos from the 90s. Yeah, I mean, that was like stuff, but that was just for like photo shoots. That wasn't like they walked around in that. Like most normal people aren't walking around in rice hats and robes. Unless, like I said, that's for like a photo shoot or they're just weird. I've seen one guy in Baltimore actually walk around the city like that, but he's not a normal person. And he was actually pretty well known within the city. Uh, like I forgot his name, but I've spoken to friends and cousins about the guy, and people apparently knew whom I was talking about. Moonlit Fern says, not a fetish, just love the culture, and I'm Native American Indian. I didn't even know that, Moonlit Fern. That's crazy. So you're like an indigenous American living in Thailand. That's that's interesting. Speaking of which, since you say, I don't know if you ever noticed my stuff here, right? Uh, Medicine bag, um, eagle prayer feather. Well, not a real eagle prayer feather because only natives can have real eagle feathers. It's illegal for non-natives to have them. And the dream catcher, which dream catchers are generic nowadays. Like my wife has a drink, like my wife had a dream catcher when I first saw her, like over in the Philippines. Like that's how generic they've become. But I actually bought that like at a Native American art store and filled my medicine bag with like the four sacred herbs and the four. I mean, I know it differs by each tribe. I was going by Lakota customs. If But yeah, I was going by Lakota customs as far as what to put in my medicine bag. Like the tobacco, the cedar, the sweetgrass, and the sage. Then the different minerals like the crystal, the all that stuff. But anyway, I have some Native American stuff, which comes from my time when I used to think that my family had indigenous ancestry because there's a long-standing myth amongst Black Americans that we all have Native American ancestry, and it's just not true. But I still appreciate indigenous religious beliefs, so that's why I bought those. Um, Don says it was a strange fashion trend in the 90s. That was never a trend. There was never a trend where people were wearing rice hats and robes. That was never a trend in America. Again, you're not from America. I lived in the 90s. There was no trend with people wearing kung fu uniforms and rice hats. Those were for photo shoots. There were photo shoots when you had rappers like people from like De La Soul or Tribe Called Quest and stuff like that that did that. But the average person, no one was walking around in a kung fu uniform or in the little slippers or the rice hats in America. That was not a trend. People would do that. People would do that maybe like I said for like taking photos and stuff like that. Especially celebrities. Celebrities would do stuff like that, but that was not a trend. The only trend that I saw was with women. Women used to put the chopsticks in their hair. They would tie their hair up and put chopsticks in them the way you will see a lot of women doing in like China or parts of Indochina, and sometimes they will wear the uh, the traditional floral dresses. That was a trend here in America in the 90s. But men, no, men were not walking around in kung fu uniforms in America. That was not a trend in the 90s. Moonlight, I don't think he's trolling. He's not. He's from Africa. He really does not know the U.S. that well. Um, Moonlight first says, tell him about the Micmac Indians from Nova Scotia. My blood father lives in Spokane. Okay. Yeah, as Americans, we're not used to bartering or being hustled by tuk-tuks and taxis. Yeah, so something my wife and I always do, and something they tell travelers to do, always bone up on cultural practices of countries you're going to make sure you don't get hustled. Like, because in every country, there's going to be people who are going to try to hustle tourists. So every country we go to, my wife will usually look up information knowing how certain stuff. So she knew when we took our honeymoon in Thailand, the stuff to look out for, and so she knew about the whole tuk-tuk scams that they run, like how the tuk-tuk drivers will get kickbacks from friends or people they deal with to take you to certain places, and like they'll lie and tell you, oh, the such and such temple is closed today. Let me take you to another place. Or you want to go to the mall. Like I said, we were trying to go to Penti Plaza, and then the guy was saying, "Oh, actually, I can take you to such and such. It's better." I'm like, "No, I'm not going there. This is where I'm going." So I had to watch out for that. It was even one time I was going. It was at nighttime, and I was going to 7-Eleven to buy us like some bottled water and snacks, because we were at the hotel about to go to sleep, and I told her I'll be right back. I went down to the 7-Eleven, and this guy came up to me, and he was just being over friendly. Like he just kept hugging me and saying, "Hey, my friend, my friend. Hey, I love you, my friend. Can you help me out, my friend?" I'm like, "No, I'm just on my way back to my hotel. Have a good one." And he wouldn't let up. He was like, "My friend, my friend." And so I had a pen knife on me. When I say a pen knife, it's actually like a pen that has like a little tiny little blade within it, but it's an actual pen. That's how I was able to bring it to Thailand with me, because it's just a regular pen with a blade on the inside of the pen. You have to pull it out and then turn it around. So I took this out of my pocket because wherever we went, I kept that penknife on me, because I always believe, as someone who's a self defense coach, I always believe in having at least some sort of tactical tool on you at all times. And so the guy would kept hugging on me, saying, "Hey, my friend," and he looked like he was trying to walk me down some little dark alley, or whatever. So he kept, hugging on me, saying, "Hey, my friend, I love you. Can you help me?" And I was like, "No, I'm sorry, I gotta go." And it started to get a little bit more aggressive, so I just pushed him off me, and I had the pen in my hand. I was gonna straight up like just stab him with it if he tried to get too aggressive. But yeah, be you have to be leery of being hustled, because everyone thinks Americans are rich when you go to their country. The average American is not rich. Far from it. Most Americans are poor, but relative to them and other countries, people in America who can afford to travel tend to be folks who have more money than the locals than the countries that you visit. So they all target you thinking you're rich. So so no matter what country you go to, you have to look up the scams of that country, because they will try to hustle you. Whether in Thailand, the Philippines, the common hustle in the Philippines are taxi drivers who will gouge you. Like they will turn off their meter and like try to charge you whatever they want to charge you. And then if you don't pay them, and then if you don't pay them, they might take you somewhere and try to hurt you. That's one scam. Um, or they might even work for like Uber or Grab, and then they'll see if you want to turn off the app, and they'll just ask you, to pay them out of pocket or something like that. So you gotta be so in the Philippines, you have to be leery of taxi drivers. But in Thailand, it's definitely the tuk tuk drivers that can be sketchy. BSK says no. SHIT is zebra offensive vis-a-vis mixed race. Fred G. Sanford, George. Huh? What are you talking about? No one. I don't know anyone that refers to biracial or multiracial people as zebras. That's weird. Tuk tuk don as a form of it's like a it's like a small vehicle, um, that people take in parts of like Southeast Asia, particularly in like places like Thailand, Burma, Laos, Cambodia, Vietnam, and India, to get around. And it's a very small, compact vehicle. I don't have a picture of one, or a model of it in my room to show you. You can just Google it though. Big White says, "Are you with Philip?" I don't get that. You mean, am I with? I think you were trying to say, "Am I with a Filipina?" Is that? I think that's what you were asking. If you're asking if I'm with the Filipina, then yes, I'm married to one. Crazy Muda says, "Ice Spice is definitely creating a fetish for people ever since that Munch video. Every light skin female with a little meat on them is dyeing their hair orange and getting an afro. Well, that's outside of this current topic. But I don't really check for her. Like her music is mid at best. I mean, some of her songs are catchy, but they all sound exactly the same. And again, she's not Asian. She's just white and black. So she's not kind of germane to this conversation since she's not even Asian or Filipino. Now, if you mention her, her is Filipino and black. Her, the singer, her. She's Filipino and black. She's from the Bay Area. There's a huge Filipino community in the California Bay Area. Um, and then when I looked at her and her mother, she just looks like a more chocolate version of her mother. Like she looks a lot like her mom. Um, and the lady who just won the Miss Philippine Universe a few weeks ago, she's a black and Filipino woman. She's in the Philippines, um, but she's half Filipino, half black. The interesting thing is it's not her mother who's Filipino. Her mother is black. Her her father is Filipino. So she talks very glowingly of her Philippine heritage, which comes from her father. Her father is Filipino. Her mother is black, and she's actually from the province where my wife and I stay in the Philippines, which is Bulacan. Bulacan is a province right outside of Metro Manila, like right outside of Metro Manila. Only, for instance, we are in Men's Mental Health Month, and yeah, not all men, but most are great fathers. We just get outcasted. Yeah. Um. So yeah, I was just saying that because of people like Oprah Winfrey and a bunch of other stupid black bitches, that they made up this lie starting from the '70s that black men were deadbeat fathers and not in their children's lives, and that whole myth was debunked. It's been around for like almost 50 years, and it was debunked so much so that Oprah Winfrey had to go public and actually like give an apology for spreading that rumor for the last 40 years since her little ratchet daytime show back in the 80s, where she constantly shitted on black men and called them like deadbeat fathers and all this sort of stuff, because there were actual U.S. government statistics that came out that said that black men were the most involved in their children's lives of all racial groups in America. Um, and so she had to eat a bit of humble pie, and that's why to be honest, a lot of black men today don't like Oprah. Plus, all the movies that she makes is always about struggle love, and it's like we don't need to see this little color purple shit all the time. By the way, they think color purple is real history. That's how most relationships were in Black America in the early 1900s or in late 1800s, and that's completely false. But there's a whole generation of black women who believe color purple is like real history when that was completely fictionalized and unrealistic. But yeah, that's something to recognize as part of men's mental health month here in America and globally. I didn't see our friend Megan Cedillo. Like I said, I'm not sure if she's Filipina or not, but I hope if she's still here, she saw what I said earlier. Um, Lily May says hello. That's really cool. What's up, Lily May? Lily May, are you Filipina or Asian? BSK says try Mexico. Molies. I don't know what that is. Rare exception to the awful rule. No, I'm sorry. I'm not eating anything that's an internal organ. I refuse to eat stuff like that. If it's not steak, if it's not steak, pork chop, lamb chop, you know, if it's not chicken, the chicken parts like the wing, the thigh, the leg, the breast. I'm not I'm not eating it. I'm not eating internal organs. I find it personally disgusting. I don't have any like I don't have anything wrong with other people eating internal organs or what's called offal, but I will not eat any of that stuff. I find all of that stuff disgusting. If someone even suggests I eat that stuff, I'll turn it away. I'm not eating I only eat muscle meat like steak and pork chops and stuff like that. I will not eat anything from the internal organs. That's to me that stuff is slave food. So I don't I consider myself above that. I'm not eating slave food. Lily May says, "Do you like music?" Of course. Hip hop. Um, well, it used to be I liked hip hop, not current stuff, but hip hop. R&B, soul, rock, um, especially like classic rock or grunge. And I loved grunge when that was the thing. Um, a lot of the heavy metal from the 80s and 90s. Um, I love classical music, stuff like that. So yeah, I think everyone loves some form of music. I even like Annie music. Annie music is the music from anime. It's called Annie music. I like that. I felt it says hell yeah, brother. Only for instance, that slingshot will definitely get you squirrel and rabbit. Well, this one won't. This is just a artisanal one. It's not a real like. It doesn't have any real utility to this. It's just for show. um, He said we're gonna get you riding elephants and using compost bowls, and you show me how to update my bug out bag. Well, I haven't ridden elephants in Thailand. I did in Indonesia, but I said next time I come to Thailand, I am gonna do the elephant thing there too, as long as it's somewhere where they treat them humanely. I'm not gonna go to one of those places that mistreat the animals. But if it's like an elephant sanctuary, then I'll go there. Lucas is getting banned. Only for instance, yeah, Bleach did the same, and Attack on Titans. I understand. Yeah. Only for instance, MBK has a whole new floor dedicated to anime and arcades. Oh, so that's new. Like I haven't been there since um, 2017. And so, like I said, it was Pantique Plaza that was known for like all the electronics and stuff. Um, Only for instance, they were our allies, the Lakota. But yeah, okay, I'm surprised. I thought the Lakota were like pretty much known as being like the 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 uh, the bad guys across the plains. Now we're not the bad guys, but like they were like the big kahuna of the plains Indians, and often fought wars against other tribal nations. Not to mention there were bands within the Lakota that fought each other. Like the three separate divisions. The three largest divisions within Lakota were the Lakota, the Nakota, and the Dakota. Then even within the Lakota, within the Lakota, there were different bands like the Oglala and all those other different groups. Anyway, um, Irish Republic Army said, "Show your medal, see a wifey one down in Flanders." I don't get that. You're getting timed out because you're saying something possibly stupid. Um, one of the friends said, "Yep, yes, sir." Nano, Nano Cowboy area. BSK says the meme or tropes are crude. Love you long time, happy ending, etc., etc. Yeah, that's again, those are the sort of stuff that people who have yellow fever fetish would say. Like no one would, like no one would say that to like a woman they meet unless they're like either socially retarded or they have yellow fever. Um, Moment friend says, yeah, you gotta be cautious but also respectful of culture. Same in Philippines and Laos and Cambodia. And just turning off the taxi meter is a red flag from jump. Absolutely. BSK says, if not too private, did you find your spouse electronically? If you mean on a dating app, yeah, I've mentioned that before. We met on OK Cupid 7 years ago. BSK says, slam on Oprah. Yeah, she's fuck that bitch. She's made her whole media empire from basically trash TV. Like her whole empire is built on trash TV, and a lot of her daytime talk show was her just bashing men, especially black men. Her and her stupid bitch friend Gail. Fuck both of them. Like when they were talking about Oprah should run for president, I would never vote for that bitch. Well, you says, but she was right. No, she wasn't, and you're getting banned off my channel. This is a space for men. I mean, women are welcome here as well, of course, but you're not gonna sit here and you're not gonna dog black men on my channel. You're not gonna dog men of any race on my channel. So you can get your little foreign dusty ass off my channel. Lamimi says, "Oh look, it's the schizophrenic guy." Lamimi's, you're getting banned. First of all, when I was referring to schizophrenia, I'm talking because we were talking about Men's Mental Health Month, and we were also having another chat, and I'm pretty sure you just changed your username so that you could come back on here. So I'm only gonna say this first, and then I'm gonna ban you. And if you try to come on any username, you're gonna still get banned. Um, when we were talking about issues that were germane to Men's Mental Health Month and stuff like that, you were talking some incoherent thoughts. Incoherent thinking is very symptomatic of people who have psychotic disorders. Part of someone having a psychotic disorder is the fact that they have incoherent thinking that, and mystical and metaphysical thinking processes. That's not normal. It is abnormal. You need to get treated. I'm not here to treat you. And you're not going to troll my channel. If you're not dropping a cash app, I don't care about your opinions and your incoherent thoughts. This is the only thing I'm saying to you, as I'm about to ban you. And if you come here using other usernames, you will always get banned. BS cases, are you positive color purple is trash? Yes, I'm positive. I've actually read the book for my feminist psychology class. Don't get me wrong, it's a good book. That's not what I'm saying. It's a good book. The problem with it and the movie was well done too. The movie was made by Steven Spielberg back in the 80s, starring Whoopi Goldberg and Oprah Winfrey, um, and Danny Glover. The problem isn't the movie itself nor the book. The way the problem was how people interpret it in the black community. There were people claiming that this was how things actually were in the black community in that era of time, and that was never historical. That's why I consider it trash. But I still have the book today. We read it for my feminist psychology class. Well, we just had to read parts of it. Being a nerd, I just read the entire book on my own, outside of like what was required for the required reading for the class. And when I read the entire book, I realized that the movie only covers the first half of the book. The second half of the book, Mister, who was the bad guy in the in the movie because of his mistreatment of his wife Celie, who was played by Whoopi Goldberg. Mister was played by Danny Glover. In the book, Mister, in the second half of the book, he actually goes about trying to right all the wrongs that he did to her in the first half of the book, apologizes to her, and they even become friends. And he actually starts to fall in love with her. And she said, no, let's just remain good friends because Celie actually has a lesbian relationship with the girl, with the woman in the movie Suge Avery. Being this was in the 80s, they couldn't show the full fledged lesbian relationship between Celie and Suge Avery. But in the book, Celie and Suge Avery form a lesbian relationship. So she and Mister, separate, and but they become very good friends in the end of the novel. None of this is shown in the movie. They only show the first half of the movie with him being cruel to her and her finally finding the self confidence to reject his abuse and 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 the way he mistreated her for years. And again, this was used by black women, including Oprah, who starred in the movie and also had had started her film studio, Harpo Productions, and with Color Purple. Like she's always made films and content dealing with black struggle love, and um, like I said, she and others have perpetuated this myth that the color purple was historical was was historical in this context of how black relationships worked, and it wasn't. So yes, that's why it's trash. I know what I'm talking about. Is And by the way, I got an A in that feminist psychology class. Lily Mae says, "Do I like Oasis?" I haven't listened to that in a long time. I can't remember. They're sort of like grunge rock, right? I think Oasis sort of is like either like alt rock or grunge rock, right? I haven't listened to any like hard rock in a long. I mean, any sort of grunge or alternative rock in a long time. The only thing I sometimes still listen to is Nirvana because it's on my Spotify list when I work out. Because nowadays I don't listen to a lot of music unless it's when I'm listening to Spotify while I'm working out. We're not talking about making America great again and Trump, guys, right now. I appreciate your political fervor. I share your political inclinations, but this is just about celebrating Philippines Independence Day. When we first said, yeah, that's the French Indian War, but yeah, brother. Yeah, the French Indian Wars were like actually like several wars fought um, in the 1600s and early 1700s between the British, the French, and several different indigenous tribes like the Haudenosaunee, which is, you know, the the Haudenosaunee was called, by us the Iroquois Federation or the Iroquois Federation, but it was a bunch of different tribal groups that banded together to become the Haudenosaunee. And then some other groups. There was the Haudenosaunee, the Algonquin, and some others. And yeah, wild times. BSK says that's very cool. A dating site is effective. Yeah. I've heard I heard OK Cupid isn't as good anymore, but maybe that's just because a lot of the features they used to offer for free now you probably have to pay for. But OK Cupid was like the smarter version of Tinder. Like so when Tinder and OK Cupid were at their height like 8 years ago, um, you OK Cupid was like considered the dating app for smart people. Um, like you could go on there and you could specify every preference you had, like smoking, non-smoking, body type. Like, do you want fit, athletic, trim, model, uh, curvaceous, overweight? You could say, do you want them to be religious or non-religious? And if you do prefer religious, what religion? Do you want Muslim, Christian, Hindu, Jewish? Um, like I said, you could pick Asian, you could pick racial preference. Do you want black, white, Asian, Latino, all sorts of stuff. Then you could put the distance in which you're willing to meet someone. And if you took off the distance requirements, how you could find people overseas, because you could make it as short as like within a 5 or 10 mile uh, driving distance. But if you took off the distance requirement, then you could find women overseas. So it was the way of how I tweaked the app. So I took off the distance requirement so I could find women as far as overseas, and then I hit eight, and then I made my preference Asian. So then it took me to just primarily people in East Asia, and that was very beneficial because I did date a few Asian women here in America using the app. Like I dated one chick. She was a college professor who lived in Columbia, Maryland, which is a affluent part of Baltimore. And another one was a psychiatrist who lived in Baltimore City. We didn't hit it off because she didn't like the fact that I didn't care for Baltimore City. But I was like, well, you're a transplant. You weren't born and raised in Baltimore City, so you don't see the problems with this despicable city. So we didn't click on that. So we went our separate ways. One person I clicked with ended up being trans, so I told him I wasn't interested. Then there was another person who was trans who actually tried to talk to me, and then I told him, "Hey, I'm not into that." I said, that's your bag, whatever, cool, but I'm only into biological women. And he threw a hissy fit and called me like a Trump supporter and all this other sort of stuff. Mind you, now I am a Trump supporter, but back then I wasn't. So I thought it hilarious to just because he didn't get his way, he could label insults. I was like, well, that definitely shows that he's a guy because only guys can't handle rejection like that in that manner. Guys, don't ask me, can I say something unless you drop in a cash app. Don't ask me to say something. If you want me to say something, drop a cash app. Otherwise, I'm not here to be your performing monkey. That stuff is done. Only for instance, that's a good book, but it's fuckery. So I apologize for saying it. No, no, you're good. No, like I said, it is a good book. It's like it, if you're interested, you should read it. It's not a long read. It's a good novel. My problem was that it became the color purple became the Bible for black feminists. That was my issue with it. Not that the book was bad itself. It's a well written book, but like I said, the problem was that this book became the book and the movie made off of it by Steven Spielberg became like a the sort of like a unspoken like semi-religious text for black feminists. So much so that like even after the movie was made, then it became a Broadway play. Like I remember black women when I was in college talking about they were going to go see The Color Purple on Broadway, or when the theater or when the play hit like um, Maryland. And then they just did a remake of the movie last year, but they remade it as a musical. And I was criticizing. I was like, why another remake? And someone said it's not a remake, it's a musical. I was like, it is a remake. I said the play. I said it's a remake of the play, which is based off the movie. So ergo, it is a remake. I said, where did logic fail you? And the person got mad, of course. But being, a nerdy, pedantic person, I will call people out on their shit, of course. For instance, it's like The Body or Stand By Me, which is such an amazing coming to age movie, but the book hits harder. Usually the books do hit harder. Usually they do. Like, most people who still love reading will always, nine times out of, I would say 9 times out of 10, the book is usually better than the novel. I mean, better than the movie. But every once in a while, you will get a movie that corresponds very closely to the book. sometimes, like Harry Potter and the first Harry Potter movie, by the way, and the Sorcerer's Stone, like that. I read the book after I saw the movie, and I was like, oh, okay, the book. And I was like, oh, okay, the movie follows the book pretty very close. I mean, pretty closely. Stand by Me is a a great Stephen King movie and novel, but I've never read the novel, but I've watched the movie numerous times. Um, but yeah, the books usually do hit hard. And I said the problem with the movie The Color Purple was it was only the first half of the book, so I don't think the second half of the book was as exciting. Because if it were, they probably would have made a second movie, a sequel to finish out the whole book. But the second half of the book isn't as exciting as the first half of the book, showing her get mistreated by Mister. But the second half, I think, is actually more heartwarming than because you go the first half, the first half is just like you know um just miserable, but the second half is kind of heartwarming. And you would think the first half would be embraced by the whole like LGBTQ community within the black community, because again it speaks of like Celie and Suge Avery's lesbian relationship that they had. Moonlit Francis opera is a nightmare. No offense. I haven't been to opera, but I do want to check out some. Um, I do like operatic music. Like back in the day, Pavarotti was popping. I do want to check out an opera for myself, but I'm sure not all of them are equal. Like some are better than others. Only for instance from Hard Rock, Slipknot, or check out what Tech Nine has been doing lately. You talking about the rapper Tech Nine? And which Tech Nine you talking about? Because there was two rappers known as Tech Nine. Steely Dan's son, BSK says. Only first says yes, you pronounced it correctly. Thank you. Elise Hayes says, "Are you a psychologist?" No, I'm just a psychology nerd. I do have both undergrad and graduate education in psychology, but to be a psychologist, you have to be hold your doctorate. I don't have a doctorate in psychology to call myself a psychologist. I just consider myself a psychology nerd since I do have a degree in it, but I did not complete a doctorate. Only for instance, I never read the Porters, but love the Game of Thrones. Oh, the Potters, the Harry Potter books. Yeah, I only read the first one, just out of curiosity, because I wasn't going to read it at first because I considered it a children's book. But a lot of a lot of classic literature are actually children's books, so I was like, why not read Harry Potter? Sometime down the line, it will be considered like classic lit, unless everyone burn it because they hate J.K. Rowling. But yeah, um, I've only read the first one, and like I said, it corresponded very closely to the movie, or I should say, the movie corresponded very closely to the book. Yeah, I read all the Game of Thrones books with a Song of Ice and Fire of the name of the actual series of books. I read all five. Then I read the prequel about Dunk and Egg, which I thought they were going to do a new series about on HBO, but instead they took the other book and the other prequel book, which is just about the Targaryen family, and turned that into the House of Dragon series that's now come on HBO. And they're about to release the second season this summer. But I thought they were going to do another series based on the whole Dunk and Egg thing, which they didn't do. Maybe they might still make that in the future, but I read that book. I need to read the book on the that they based the House of Dragons on, because I know there's some differences between that and the TV show with how they treat the main characters, the two queens. So, do want to see that. But yeah, I love the Song of Ice and Fire. I'm just pissed off that J.R.R. Martin could never commit to finishing the last two books. He keeps saying he's going to, but he's been saying that since 2019. Like back in 2019, he claimed that he had finished the six book Winds of Winter, and it still hasn't come out. And mind you, the last book he wrote, the of the five out, of the series, um, the last one he wrote was back in 2011, and ever since then he's been writing tons of other books instead of just finishing those two, which doesn't make sense to me. Like, why not just finish the series instead of writing? Instead of finishing the last two books, he wrote a whole anthology of Westeros. He wrote a bunch of short. He wrote a bunch of um, sh- short stories, and then took some of those short stories and then made them into prequel books. And then he worked on books outside of A Song of Ice and Fire. He did some science fiction types stuff that he wrote, but he's never finished the last two books. And like I said, I really don't think he's ever going to. Like, he kept saying that. He kept saying ever since Winds of 2019 that the Winds of Winter was coming out, and that he was finishing both books at the same time. But Winds of Winter was going to come out first, and then the last book will come out a year afterwards. That was back in 2019. That's 5 years ago. And again, the last book of the series that he wrote came out in 2011, which was 13 years ago. So I'm skeptical that he's ever going to release Winds of Winter. Moonlit Fern says, I want a Baratheon story. So the Baratheons are actually part Targaryen, right? As far as their history, like the Baratheons were an offshoot of the Targaryens who interbred with with some of the local folk, with some locals in Westeros. But the Baratheons are actually an offshoot of the Targaryen family. Only, for instance, the Drunk King and Viper are like my favorite characters. They remind me of people from different worlds. Yeah, he's slacking. Yeah, and J.R.R. Martin he took a lot of liberties in far as stealing stuff from actual medieval history and incorporating it into the Song of Ice and Fire series. So like um, King Baratheon is supposed to be like King Henry. Um, Ned Stark is supposed to be like the 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 Duke of York, and so forth and so on. There's a lot of, it's not a one correspondence, but a lot of characters are loosely based on actual medieval historical figures. Um, what's his name? What's the dwarf? He's loosely based off of Richard III. So you can there's a lot of parallels. Um, Moment says, I love Last of Us, the only video game that made me cry, and the Viper and the Little Lady, small house but a proud house. Moment for my wife's name, Ellie, and and my Bengal name is Cersei. Yeah, Tyrion. Tyrion is based loosely off of Richard III. This is how. So, and after this, I'm gonna get back to the whole Philippine Independence Day because I'm going way off on a tangent. So, in Shakespearean in the Shakespearean novels on Richard III, and in a lot of myths of the time, people thought that Richard III was evil, that he tried to usurp power from his nephews and locked them up in the Tower of London and then took power as king, and that he was a cruel and deformed character. Some even said that he was an imp, but that wasn't true. And actually, history actually showed that cared he actually cared a lot for his nephews, that he only put them in the Tower of London to protect them at a time where there was rumors of them being assassinated and stuff like that. He didn't try to usurp power from them, and he was not known to be deformed in any sort of way. They only claimed that he was deformed or looked like an imp as a way of diminishing him as a person, but he wasn't really Richard III wasn't really an imp. But Tyrion was based on the Shakespearean sort of the Shakespearean vision image of Richard III as being this deformed evil person. That, but that's loosely where Tyrion was based off. But anyway, getting back to like Philippine Independence Day, if I have any Filipinos in the audience, please shout your, please let me know. I'll give you a shout out. Like I said, I think Megan Cedillo earlier. I think she was Filipina. I don't think she's here anymore. She's if she's overseas, then I'm sure she's felt gone to sleep. Lully May, I'm not sure what she is, but I think that is a woman, but I don't know if she's Asian. Lily, I'm not sure what she is. Um, but yeah, I think Megan was Filipina. She was given her little Bigo Live thing, which is something similar to. It's sort of like a, I don't. I've seen it before. It looked like it's a cross between OnlyFans and TikTok. That's the best way I could describe it. The officer says, "Hey, Contrarian, how you doing today? I'm doing well. OnlyFans is member. I got you on books, but I'll share a stream to my panais." Yes, no, I didn't mind. I was saying there was just a little tangent we went off on, but I was just agreeing with you that the books are usually better than the movies. Um, but since we're talking about movies, by the way, like I was saying, for a lot of you folks, if you don't live anywhere where you can have access to Filipino food at the supermarkets, or don't know any Filipino restaurants, or there's no Jollibees in your area, you can still learn a little bit more about Filipino culture by going to your Netflix. Netflix has a ton of Philippine movies on it. Some are better than others. I would advise you not to watch anything starring Vice Ganda. Vice Ganda is a gay man who dresses like a woman, but he doesn't consider himself trans. He still considers himself a man who simply likes to dress like a woman. I know that's confusing, but that's the world we live in. But at least over there, like I said, trans people there are different than here. Like they still admit their biological sex. So Vice Scanda tends to be in very low budget Filipino films. There are a bunch of Filipino films over there that are like romance comedies that are kind of shitty, but then there are really good um, Filipino movies out there as well, like General Luna. So I'm gonna look up some of these names so I can recommend some Philippine movies you guys can watch on Netflix in case you don't live somewhere where you have access to maybe go buy some delicious Filipino food. So it's called General Luna. It's actually spelled with a H. General Luna. It it's it's based on in is in 1898. General Antonio Luna faces resistance from his own countrymen as he fights for freedom during the Philippine-American War. Um, and again, that's on Netflix. It is a great movie, really good. And they made a sequel to that called Goyo, the Boy General, which is about it's a sequel. Gregorio Goyo de Pilar, one of the youngest generals during the Philippine-American War. This is a direct sequel to that movie, General Luna. And it's supposed to be a trilogy, but I don't think they ever made the third movie. The third movie was supposed to be Bonifacio, which is another important leader in Philippine history. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, they did do they did make that actually. I'm sorry. My mistake, guys. That actually came out before General Luna. So at first, you have Bonifacio, then you have Bonifacio, which is made in 2014. But I'm not sure if that one's on Netflix. I'm actually check that out myself because the whole historical drama is a trilogy, but I don't know if all three are on there. I know that Goyo and General Luna are both on Netflix. Those are great movies to learn about the Philippine independence. And like I said, it starts with them fighting um, against colonial rule. And what happens is, like I said, in 1898, they declare the independence from Spanish rule. But what happens is there's the Spanish-American War going on in 1898. So Spain loses to the United States, and then they cede territory to America, which is, of course, the Philippines. The Philippines doesn't recognize America as as their as their sovereign state because they've already declared independence from Spain and are also now declaring independence against the United States. So then they end up in a brief war in which they lose against America, but then later on America recognizes their independence on July the 4th of 1946 when Harry Truman declares it. But then in the 60s, the president of the Philippines at the time then returns the date of their Independence Day back to June 12th, which is the date that the leaders of um, the Philippine Rebellion first cited as the Declaration of Independence from Spanish rule. So little history there. Like I said, those two movies are really good. I haven't seen the third one, which was the first one to come out about Bonifacio. But they form in a trilogy, so you can watch them back to back. But the first two I mentioned are definitely on Netflix. Definitely check those out. And there's a bunch of romance comedies for women and even guys. If you like romance comedies, I'm not judging, but there's a bunch of those on Netflix you can check out. There's also some horror movies in the Philippines that you can check out on Netflix, and some other historical dramas outside of Philippine Independence Day. But if you're looking just to learn specifically about stuff about Philippine Independence Day, then check out those movies, General Luna and Goyo, the the boy general. So Delphi says, "What's your favorite Filipino food? I love lumpia, lechon, and bok choy are also delicious. My favorite is I I guess chicken adobo. I, I know that's kind of the the cliche thing, but yeah, chicken adobo is probably my favorite. Or or maybe or maybe like Philippine fried chicken, homemade, of course. Like, but I guess I'm gonna go with chicken adobo. I think my wife made that for me the first night I was the second day I was there as well. Like I had like it was just everything the whole day. Like I went to the biggest, like the most, like one of their most well-known cafes outside of Starbucks because they do love Starbucks there too. But Starbucks is expensive. Let me get the name of it so I can tell you guys to check it out. But it was the first place I ate. Bose. That's what's called Bose Coffee. Bose Coffee because like it's not just it's not just a great cafe, but it's also a great eat-in restaurant as well. So for breakfast, the very first night I was there, well, when I woke up, when I came to the first night, I didn't eat. I just, you know, met my wife at the airport, and then we hung out all night. Um, and then, of course, we were tired in the morning since we arrived at the condo pretty late. So we got up that morning, and I was like, take me, somewhere we can eat or whatever, whatever. And she took me to Bowl's Coffee, and like the coffee, like all the types of coffee you might want at like Starbucks, they have. Plus, is a great sit-in restaurant, and they have like local foods to get at Bowl's Coffee. So that was the first place I ate there, and then later Jollibee's. But the first home cooked meal that she gave me was chicken adobo, and like I said, that chicken adobo was like my favorite Filipino dish. It's like you really can't go wrong with it. Lechon is obviously very tasty. lumpia, yeah, like you can eat lumpia with like any meal. Like you can eat like Philippines. I'm pretty sure you can eat like rice and lumpia with any meal because there's different types of lumpia as well. So you can eat lumpia with any meal because there's different types of lumpia to eat. Moonlit for instance, hashtag it. The movies for everyone. Can I actually? So I haven't even tried, but can I even write in my for vertical live stream? I don't think I can leave comments myself. At least I haven't tried it. I'm looking. I can share. I can start a poll, and um, yeah. Hmm, so hmm, yeah. I think one of this is a vertical live stream, so I don't think I can actually leave comments as I'm doing a vertical live stream as I can with like the other type of chats. Like if I do a super like if I do like a super chat or something like that. But if you guys want to write it, I'll just spell it out. So there's Bose Coffee, B-O apostrophe S Coffee, COFFEE. It's a great cafe. Like it's not a I don't have any problem with Starbucks, but why not support like a local Filipino brand? They're not the only one. There's some other local ones too, but I like them. Um, like I said, I went to Jollibee's. That was, after we went to Bo's Coffee for breakfast, we later went to Jollibee's for lunch because I was like, I gotta try Jollibee's. My first full day here. So she took me to the local Jollibee's. We took a picture there, um, and it was funny because she was laughing that I was eating my fried chicken, the way Filipinos do with like rice and gravy. And I was like, baby, black people eat rice and gravy with their meals too. She was like, oh, I didn't know that. I'm like, yeah. I was like, well, Southern black people like rice and gravy. I was like, there's actual but a particular region within the American South where black people ate rice with every meal. There, who were referred to as the Geechee. So so I was giving a little bit of history on American black people. And she was like, "Oh, I didn't know that." And I was like, "Yeah." So I love rice, and I love rice over. I mean, gravy over rice. And I said with chicken, I was like, "Oh heck yeah!" So we got along swimmingly. And then, like I said, that that evening, she made me a home cooked meal, and it was chicken adobo. I've had I think I've had pork adobo too, but I prefer chicken adobo over pork adobo. And I don't like it mixed. Some people make it mixed, like chicken pork adobo mix. But I'll eat both, but I'd rather have them separate, like have chicken adobo here and then pork adobo here. Noah asked, "Do I have a wife?" Yes, I have a Filipino wife. She's in some of my videos. If you want to check those out after the live stream, she's actually still making a few videos for me right now because it is rainy season. So every time she goes outside to try to film some content for me, it's raining. So I'm not able to guys give you the this video that she wanted to do to like congratulate me for hitting my 1,000 sub mark and being close to being monetized. I suspect by the time she actually has the ability to make that video, I'll actually be monetized. Do I like Nissan? I don't have a car preference, personally. I'm not a I'm not a I'm not a car person, so I don't have a preference for cars. Um, but generally, I love European sports cars the best. Like as an '80s kid, I think most '80s kids, well, boys in particular, used to have pictures of all the little fancy European sports cars on their wall, like Lamborghinis, Ferraris, Porsches, stuff like that. So yeah, of course I love those things, but I don't really have any particular car I care about. That's not really germane to the conversation. But and but they do drive those overseas. Like Japanese cars tend to be the cheapest cars to buy in the Philippines, like Nissan, Toyota, Suzuki. BSK says Philippine information sourcing, not dry book YouTube channel. There's a ton of Philippine YouTubers. Like you can get information from people, YouTubers in the Philippines, or people who travel to the Philippines and make travel vlogs about being in the Philippines. So it's hard not to find them. Um, but anyway, I wanted to, before I forget, I wanted to give shout outs to different places you can check out in the Philippines. So I was saying Bo's Coffee, definitely, if you're looking for great coffee outside of like Starbucks and Green, and what's that, Green whatever place. Was it, and like I said, of course, Jollibees, you can't go wrong. I know I've heard mixed views on how people think of Jollibees here in America. I've never had Jollibees here in America, so I can only speak of how it tastes in the Philippines, which is delicious. But again, fast food generally is better overseas than in America, because generally they're made with better ingredients overseas, and the people who work there take more pride in their work than they do here in America. So generally, fast food in overseas is going to be better anyway, which includes McDonald's. McDonald's is big in the Philippines. They serve fried chicken. That's another thing you might want to know, is that most places in the Philippines you will find fried chicken as part of their food menu. Fried chicken is very wide over there. Um, but what are other things I want to shout out? Then, like I said, about the movie. So, General Luna, Heneral, General, then Luna, Luna. It's a movie about the Philippine American War and the start of the Philippine independence. That was the first movie I watched, but apparently that's not the first one. The first one is Bonifacio, which was made in 2014. General Luna was made a year later in 2015. I'm not sure if Bonifacio is on Netflix. I'm about to actually look that up. Um, but General Luna is on there, and then the third of the three movies, Goyo, the boy general, is on there. So you can check out those three movies. And then there's other movies about Philippine history on Netflix. Then there's a bunch of romance comedies on there on Netflix, like Shargal and some other places. Shargal is actually an island province within the southern region of the Philippines. Is known a lot for people who like to surf. So a lot of people who surf go to Shargal to travel there. Both local and both locals and foreigners like who surf go to places like Shargal to hang out. It's a great island. I have not been there yet. My wife has been there a couple of times, I believe. At least once. I think she's been there more than once though. She says, we'll go together next time. But you know, they're pretty good. Oh, and there's local coffee brand, not just local cafes, but there's also local coffee that's actually made in the Philippines too, which is very delicious. I think the coffee bean and tea is actually local, um, owned by a Filipino company. Coffee bean and tea. That's another cafe outside of Bo's Coffee. And like I said, you can still go to Starbucks because I mean it's delicious and it's Filipino people working there. It's just it's not Filipino owned. Maybe the franchise might be owned by a Filipino, but I mean the company itself isn't Filipino owned. Um, and like I said, definitely check out. You is I think it's a moral imperative if you're in the Philippines. You check out Jollibee's. That's a moral imperative. Um, and there's a bunch of little different local cafes and coffee shops as well that aren't like franchises or big name companies. They might just be like little mom and pop cafes and coffee shops. For instance, there's my wife's friends who own their own cafe in Cavite, which is like a province outside, which is south of Metro Manila. They um they own their own little cafe, which is like dedicated to like Taylor Swift and stuff like that. They're huge Taylor Swift fans. Um, hold up, let me try to find a name so I can give them a shout out. Um, I know it's Tea Shop something because they also they print out excuse me, t-shirts and other sorts of merch for people. They will customize um all sorts of like clothing for people. But yeah, it's just called Tea Shop Cafe, guys. So I want to give a shout out to them since they're my wife's friends. I've met them. They're really cool. They're really sweet girls. Pretty too. They're in Dasmariñas, Philippines. Dasmariñas is in Cavite, the province of Cavite. It's a province right outside of the Philippines, like south of the Philippines. It's called Cavite, Cavite. The name of the city where the shop is called Dasmariñas, Dasmarin with the tilde at the top, AS. And the name of the coffee shop is called Tea Shop Cafe. If I could drop a link, I would do so, but I can't since this is a vertical live stream. But when I'm back, I'm definitely going to support them. I actually, when they first started their company, I actually invested in them to get them started. So I'm definitely going to, look out for them. So, in any case, guys, there's a ton of, like I said, if you don't have access to any Philippine restaurant, if your local supermarket doesn't have an international section where you can buy Filipino foods such as like pancit canton, which comes in little packets that look similar to ramen, but it's cooked like a pasta instead of as a soup, then maybe you can go to a Jollibee's. And if there's no Jollibee's, then I can say, if you just want to learn more about Philippine independence or the culture, there's like tons and tons of content on Netflix from the Philippines. Whether you're talking about historical dramas like General Luna and Goyo, or if you're looking for romance comedies, or if you're looking for like stuff to know more about like the day-to-day life in the Philippines. There's all sorts of content on Netflix for that. So that's all I'm gonna say about that. I'm gonna end this pretty soon. I'm just gonna answer a few more comments and then I'm gonna go. Denver says when you retire, do you plan on moving to the Philippines? And so, which region do you think you want to live in? I'm not waiting until I retire. That's the fool's game to wait till you retire. I'm doing it now. I'm gonna live and work in the Philippines. I don't believe in waiting to. I don't see the point in waiting until you're elderly and about to die to live your best life. That's to me, that's not the dream. That's a nightmare. Like you wait till you're too old to do anything. Like you can no longer enjoy physical activity as you could as a younger man. You can't fuck like a young man anymore. I'm gonna just be completely blunt and honest. You can no longer you can't do physical activity. You can't fuck. You can't do things like a normal man can do when you're elderly. That's not the time to retire off into like a tropical paradise and then need to have access to all sorts of medication and stuff like that. No, I'd rather live and work while I'm still young, like thriving. I'm in my middle ages, but I'm still at an age where I'm still thriving. I'm not going to wait till I'm elderly to retire. To me that shows why the American dream doesn't work. You shouldn't have to wait until you're elderly to live the life that you actually want to live. If you got to wait until you're like 70 in your 70s to live the life you want to live, then you're not, the whole rest of your first part of most of your life was a nightmare. Um, you guys are talking about Nissans. I don't care about cars, guys. Like, I'm not a car person. I really don't care. Like when I'm overseas, I don't drive. I just use Grab to get to anywhere I need to go, which is like Uber, because I don't like driving in Manila traffic. I don't want to drive in Manila traffic. It's a lot of gridlock. You have people swerving, like people just drive their bikes in between lanes. It's crazy. I don't really drive out there. Delphi says, have you watched any Filipino animations? Tressie came out. Yeah, I watched Tressie, and I have a comic book that came out on Free Comic Book Day. So if you guys remember my live stream, I did a live stream on Free Comic Book Day and showed the free comics I got. And on the Free Comic Book Day, like 4 years ago, they did a thing on Tressie, which they probably did because of the Netflix special. But I have a black friend who lives in the Philippines as well, and he's actually part of the indie art scene out there. So he knows the artists who wrote who wrote Tressie. So when I go there, I'm gonna have the artist actually like autograph my comic book for me. So um, that's the only animation I've seen out there. There's another animation out there, the Volt something, Volt X or something like that. But I've never seen the cartoon. It looks like a knockoff version of like Voltron or Robotech. But Tressie was like the only is like the only thing that kind of went mainstream as far as Filipino animation. Uh, but yeah, like I said, I can meet all those artists in person because my friend who's part of that that you know that art Filipino artist subculture, he knows most of those people in that area, and that do all the animation. They like do animation, the comic books. They make toys and art. Like he knows those. BSK says TDY Guam, missed Okinawa, Philippines. I don't know what you're talking about, but unless you're talking about like Spanish colonization. But yeah, so and like even when I went to Manila Comic Con, I saw some of those artists out there. I met some of them. Like I didn't meet them like got to like hang out with them, but like I met them at their venues at Manila Comic Con. Um, like I said, that's how I end up actually meeting my black friend because he makes his own comic book. Plus, he has several businesses. Like he runs his own comic. He makes his own comic book in the Philippines. Um, and he owns a food thing that he does both here in the Philippines and America. He makes fried watermelon, and he comes to America and he goes around the food circuits here during the summer and sells his fried watermelon. But he also has like these little fried chicken bites as well. He calls it Maryland chicken. He's actually from Maryland too. That's why we clicked. Because I told him when I met him, I was like, "Yeah, I'm from Maryland." He's like, "Oh, for real?" I was like, "Yeah." I was like, "I'm from Baltimore, but I used to live in the in the DC area when I went to college." And he's like, "Oh, cool." He's like, "No, I'm from the DC area." I'm from I think he said Largo or whatever. And I was like, "Oh, cool." And so we became friends. He told me about his other businesses, like his food restaurant. And he was like, "This, I call it Maryland chicken." He said, "Of course, you're from Maryland." So he said, there's not like real Maryland fried chicken or whatever." But he said, "This, what I call it." And he said, "I do use like, stuff like Old Bay seasoning and stuff like that on the chicken." But yeah, he's a cool guy. Want to hang out with him when I go back there, and sometimes I'll see him here because he'll go to the different comic book conventions like in Baltimore and New York and other places. Then, like I said, he also travels all the little food circuits. between here, New York, New Jersey, Chicago, other places. Daryl says when you move over there, you should definitely try to do a live stream with them as guests. That would be, yeah, I would definitely ask Fred if he would like to do a live stream with me. Because if he can use it, because he'll be able to use it to promote his businesses. So I'm pretty sure being able to give him free promotion for his businesses, he'll appreciate. Um, and oh, as far as the other artists, maybe they'll be interested as well. We'll see. I definitely think, when I'm overseas, I could probably open up my channel to a bunch of wider array of things than I can here in America. Because here in America, I'm not an introvert, but I don't get involved in as many things here in America because I kind of try to save my money up for traveling. So I don't get involved in much here other than working out, and sometimes like going to hang out to get something to eat. That's about it. Differences would be cool to have a new artist you can talk to about whatever they want to chat about and ask them questions. Yeah, if they're down for it, absolutely, that would be a great idea. Actually, that'd be a great idea. Thank you. But again, guys, I'm about to wrap this up. It's going on 4 hours. Again, just wanted to dedicate this to Philippine Independence Day, which was June 12th. It's still June 12th here, but over there it's now the 13th Philippine time, since they're 12 hours behind us on the east coast of the United States. Um, so, like I said, I would recommend, if people are interested in knowing more about Filipinos rather. Um, like I said, there's plenty of movies on Netflix you can check out. They have horror movies, romance comedies, historical dramas, and thrillers, suspense thrillers, all on Netflix. And if you're inclined to try the Filipino palette of foods, like I said, try go to your supermarket, to the international section, see if you can find some Filipino foods, whether they might have like the ingredients for making adobo, or you could just go on YouTube and see how they fix things like adobo and stuff like that, and make it yourself from scratch. It's not hard. Um, but you can also like buy like the pancit canton packets, which are like ramen, or you can go to Jollibee's if there's one in your community. If not, again, if you can go on YouTube and make your own home cooked Filipino foods if you know how to cook. Um, and there's also a food app, by the way. I forgot to mention this. This is similar to like Uber Eats and DoorDash and Grubhub, but it's only for like, um, if you want to find Asian food. It can find you both Asian grocery stores and Asian restaurants to buy Asian food. So let me give that a quick shout out. I used to use it, but I've never, well, I didn't use it, but I had downloaded it, but I have never taken advantage of it. Uh, it's called WEEE exclamation point. Um, that's one of them. It's more than one of them. I mean, it's more than one Asian food app, by the way. But that's the one I'm familiar with. It's called WEEE exclamation point. It'll connect you to local Asian groceries and Asian restaurants where you can just order it online and have it delivered to you. So if there's no so if you live in somewhere like the South, or in the West, or the Midwest, where there's no places where you can get Filipino food or Jollibees, just you can download that app, the We app, WEEE exclamation point, and when you do, it'll be able to find you local stores that sell either Asian grocery foods or foods from Asian restaurants, and you can have it delivered to your door, just like Uber Eats or Grubhub or DoorDash. Jerry says, "Hello, sir. You still live?" Yeah, I'm actually about to go though. Um, but did anyone have any questions germane to the topic before I go? Like I said, germane to the topic, which is Philippine Independence Day, or Philippine customs, or Philippine culture, or Philippine food, anything like that. Jerry says, "Went to the park and got some groceries. Have a great day then." And thank you. Um, you do the same. But yeah, I'll give it a few minutes in case somebody wants to ask me a question or leave a comment. Like I said, something dealing with the Philippines or Filipinos or Philippine Independence Day. And if you want to, like I said, if you guys want to check it out, once I upload this this live stream, in the very beginning of the live stream, guys, I read the history of Philippine Independence Day. Like I just went to the Wikipedia page and just read the history of Philippine Independence Day for people who were unaware of it. Okay. And like I said, shout out to any Filipinos who's watching or will be watching when they watch this on replay. Shout out to you guys. But other than that, it looked like I don't have any comments coming. I'll give it a few seconds because I know it can take a while, and there may be like a a time gap because of the connection. But yeah, other than that, doesn't look like there's any other comments. But just to recap, excuse me, just to rehash. So Philippine Independence Day is June 12th. Started on June 12th, 1898, when the Philippine leaders of the rebellion against the um, Spanish rule wrote their Declaration of Independence, and from then engaged in this um, a war against the Spanish, which the Spanish backed away because they were currently fighting America in the Spanish American War in 1898 and lost, and so they ended up ceding the Philippines and other territories to America at the time, and um, America did not recognize the Philippines' independence at the time. So the leaders of the Philippine rebellion against Spain did not recognize America as their new overlords, and then fought a war against them very briefly called the Philippine-American War, which you can see in that movie General Luna on Netflix, and the follow up to that with Goyo, the boy general. Um, and then the first part of that movie trilogy is called Bonifacio, which is about the general who first went against the Spanish. So all three of those movies form a trilogy from Bonifacio to Luna to Goyo. Okay, um, but yeah, so after they lost to us in 1898 in the Philippine-American War, they were briefly an American colony up until 1946 when Harry Truman recognized their independence. And originally their Independence Day was on July 4th, just like ours was, but that was just because our government at the time wanted their independence to correspond to our own. But afterwards, in 1964, the then president of the Philippines redesignated June 12th as their Independence Day because that was the day of their Declaration of Independence against Spain. And that's what it's been ever since. But if you want to get it in way more detail, I do outline the whole history in more detail at the beginning of the stream, and you'll see that once I upload this live stream. John Flintstone versus Korea War. That has nothing to do with the Philippine independence. Um, like I said, it was there were three wars involved in the Philippine Independence Day. First, it was like I said, the Spanish Philippine War. Then, um, and at the time that was going on, there was the Spanish American War going on, which we won, and so then we won Philippines and other territories, and so then the rebel the rebel leaders of the Spanish Philippine War then made war against America because they didn't recognize them as their new overlords. So then there was the third war, the Philippine-American War, which they lost, and then we claimed them as an American colony until 1946. So those are the histories of the wars involved in that. And then, later on in World War II, they were an important ally in World War II. Also, we fought to Americans were came to the Philippines to help freedom of Japanese occupation. So we have some World War II history with them as our allies. Like I said, we fought together. We helped free them from Japanese occupation, and they assisted us in the fight against the Japanese in the Pacific Rim. And also, the Philippines brought in a lot of Jewish exiles from Europe. So they have a strong bond with with Israel because during World War II they brought in a lot of Jewish exiles from Europe, fleeing the Holocaust. So a lot of history there with the Philippines. But in any case, I'm gonna go. I don't see any more questions or comments pertaining to the topic. I don't believe. Not, and I gave it several minutes, so I don't believe there's going to be any more. I'll give it a few seconds. And for some reason, the longer live streams upload quicker than the shorter live streams. I've noticed. So when I tend to go live for like 4 hours as opposed to like an hour and a half or so, it will instantly be like uploaded and available. But when it's like a short live stream for like an hour or so, it may take like hours before I see it finish processing. Like it'll be available for people to view, but on my end, it'll still be processing for a longer time than the live streams. They go on for like 4 hours. Those seem to process quicker through the YouTube system for some reason. I don't know why. Maybe someone might know, but I don't. But again, shout out to everyone celebrating Philippine Independence Day. Shout out to Filipinos. Shout out to the Philippines. Shout out to the Filipinos that work overseas. There's a lot of overseas Filipino workers who, are from the still from the Philippines but currently working overseas to, maybe support their families or build income for higher goals. A lot of them work in places like the Middle East, Hong Kong, China, South Korea, Japan. There's some in Europe. So shout out to all the overseas Filipino workers who are or were celebrating Philippine Independence Day because I seen a few of them, celebrating because I think sometimes they because of because they're homesick, they tend to celebrate their national holidays more so than people back home. So, shout out to them. But if you guys have any other questions, since I'm about to close this up, you can leave it in the comment section. And if you have a question, query, a comment that you leave in the comment section, I'll answer it. Someone, asked me a question a few days ago in a previous live stream in the comment section, and he was just basically spewing the same the same weird stuff he was talking about in the live stream. But I still answered them because like I said, I would answer someone if they left a comment. So I did, but I let him know that what he was saying was a little wackadoo. But that's it, guys. Have a great rest of your day, or for some of you, have a great evening, and you know, maybe like I said, go to Netflix or something. Learn a little bit about Filipino culture if you're interested, or get some Filipino food because it's delicious. But thanks again, guys.